All right, I will call to order the Zoning Board of Appeals meeting for Wednesday, July 8th, 2026. We are in the James H. Jr. hearing room on the second floor of the Town Hall, Barnstable at 367 Main Street, Hyannis. To all persons interested in or affected by the action of the Zoning Board of Appeals are hereby notified pursuant to Section 11 of Chapter 48 of the General Laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and all amendments thereto that a public hearing will be held today, Wednesday, July 8th, 2026. I will start with an introduction of board members. Herb Bodenseek.
Here.
Paul Pinard.
Present.
Aaron Webb.
Present.
Larry Hurwitz.
Present.
Manny Alves.
Present.
Deborah Dorcas.
Present.
And I'm Jacob Dewey. Notice the recording this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals is being recorded and broadcast on the Town of Barnstable's Government Access Channel. In accordance with MGL Chapter 30A, Section 20, I must inquire whether anyone is recording this meeting, and if so, please make their presence known. Seeing none. First order was business from the May 27th, 2026 meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So the minutes are approved. So we're going to quickly go out of order here and just take care of our one item of new business. Vitas has applied for a special permit pursuant to Section 240-91H. 3, develop lot protection, demolition, and rebuilding non-conforming lots. The applicant seeks to demolish and rebuild the dwelling, which would improve the setback from Winfield Lane from the existing 20.6 feet to 21.5 feet. The subject property is located at 18 Winfield Lane, Osterville, Mass., as shown on Assessor's Map 116 is parcel 103. It's located in the F1 RF1 zoning district. So sitting on this would be our regular members, Herb, Paul, Aaron, and myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, and Manny. Yep. Attorney Schultz.
Good evening, Chair Dewey and members of the board. For the record, Attorney Michael Schultz on behalf of the applicant Vida Vietas. The applicant is seeking a special permit this evening to demolish and reconstruct a single-family dwelling located at 18 Winfield Lane in Osterville, and that would improve the front yard setback on Winfield Lane from 20.6 feet to 21.5 feet. Prior to coming before you this evening, the applicant did go to the Conservation Commission and received approval on June 23rd. As noted in the introduction, 18 Winfield Lane is located in the village of Osterville, shown as Assessor's Map 116, parcel 103, and is comprised of approximately 38,840 square feet within an RF1 zoning district, AP overlay, and the RPOD. The property is improved with a single-family dwelling that was constructed in 1953, according to town records, and at the time it was constructed, it did comply to the front yard setback of 20 feet. As set forth in the memorandum, I did have an attachment to it. I did submit that to the board yesterday, July 7th. Is consistent with the rest of the neighborhood in terms of size of the lot, setback on the lot, size and scope of the dwelling. As shown in the site plan prepared by Sullivan, which is up on the screen, and the elevations that are prepared by Hutker, let's see, the applicant meets all of the requirements of 240-91H1, which is the demolition as of right provision, with the exception that we don't meet the front yard setback from Winfield Lane, which is 30 feet. We are improving that, however, from 20.6 feet to 21.5 feet. And that requires the relief from this board under 240-91H3. Based on the following facts, the applicant would respectfully submit to the board that this appeal does fulfill the spirit and intent of the ordinance and satisfies the requirements for the issuance of a special permit. First, and number one, that the application falls within a category that's accepted within the ordinance for the grant of a special permit. To Section 240-91H3 does allow for that. Number two, demolition and rebuilding by special permit. 240-91H3A, that the side yard or that the setbacks are equal to or greater than that of the existing building. As shown on the site plan prepared by Sullivan, all of the setbacks are actually compliant with the current zoning district, with the exception of that front yard on Winfield Lane, which we are making better. Number two, 240-91H3B, that all of the criteria of 240-91H1 B 1, 2, and 3 are met. As shown on the site plan prepared by Sullivan, the lot coverage is 14%, where 20% is allowed. Number 2, the floor area ratio is 0.15, where 0.3 is allowed. And under B3, the height of the dwelling to the height from grade to the highest structural plate is 21.1 feet, where 30 feet is allowed. Finally, we would submit that the proposed dwelling is not substantially more detrimental to the community than the existing. Conservation approved it on June 23rd. The Hutker design is a vast improvement over what's existing presently and would be an aesthetic improvement to the neighborhood. The setback on Winfield Lane is being improved, so we're going from 20.5 feet to 21.6. And the height, what we're also doing is this lot is a little unique when you look at it. We front on Eel River, and we maintain a 133-foot setback on Eel River. But on Winfield, we have a secondary frontage, and as you come down Winfield, we're reducing the massing. We're stepping it back as you come down Winfield Lane. So the height is being reduced, and we will be containing all drainage on-site through dry well. With that, we'd like to turn it over to the board with any questions, and thank you.
Any board members have questions?
I have one.
Go for it.
The prefatory language of Section H talks about the property at the time of initial construction complied with all zoning requirements. Did I understand you to say that the zoning as it then existed?
That's correct. We complied with the zoning when, in 1953, the house was constructed, and we complied with the zoning at that time. So that in 1953, from a bulk standpoint, we complied, and from a front yard setback standpoint, we complied. So it was a 20-foot front yard setback on Winfield Lane. And presently, it's a 30.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? No? All right, I'll open for public comment. Is there anyone here from the public like to speak to this? We did not receive anything, right, Jenna? Oh. Okay, come on up. Just come up to the microphone. Nope, this is a home in Osterville. Anyone else? Jenna, we didn't receive anything, right? Okay. I'll make a motion to close public comment. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So public comment's closed. Public hearing's still open. Any more questions or discussions? I think it's relatively straightforward.
Yeah.
So I think we can I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Does someone want to make findings?
I'll do it.
All right, Manny.
Sure, I'll do it if you
Or,
want.
all right, Manny.
Oh,
Got it.
Okay. This is on the application of, I apologize in advance if I mispronounce the names. How do you say it?
Vietas?
Vietas, okay. This is special permit number 2026-015. The applicant has applied for a special permit pursuant to section 24091H3. Develop lot protection, demolition, and rebuilding on non-conforming lots. The applicant seeks to demolish and rebuild the dwelling, which would improve the setback from Winfield Lane from the existing 20.6 feet to 21.5 feet. Subject property is located at 18 Winfield Lane, Osterville, Mass., as shown on Assessor's Map 116, it's parcel 103. My findings are that the application falls within the category specifically accepted in the ordinance for the grant of a special permit. In fact, section 24091H3 allows for the demolition and rebuilding of a residence on a non-conforming lot. It's been established that this is in fact a non-conforming lot and complied with zoning at the time of its original construction. It's since becoming non-conforming. Finding number 2, site plan review is not required for a single-family residential dwelling. And after an evaluation of the evidence presented by Attorney Schultz, The proposal fulfills the spirit and intent of the zoning ordinance and would not represent a substantial detriment to the public good or the neighborhood affected. Under Section 240-91H3, the board also has to make findings, the following findings, and I so find. Number one, the proposed yard setback must be equal or greater than the yard setbacks of the existing building. As represented by Attorney Schultz, the proposed front yard setback is 21.5 feet, which is an improvement on the existing 20.6 feet. The lot coverage cannot exceed 20% of the existing lot coverage, and the proposed lot coverage is 14%. So that prong is met as well. The floor area ratio cannot exceed 30% of the existing floor area ratio of the structure being demolished, or whichever is greater, 30% or the floor area ratio of the existing property. The proposed FAR is 15%, which does not exceed the max. And the height of the building cannot exceed 30 feet to the highest plate and cannot contain more than 2.5 stories. The evidence shows that the proposed height for the proposed dwelling is 21.1 feet. And lastly, I would find that the proposed new dwelling would not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing dwelling. Those would be my findings.
I need a second.
Second.
All those in favor of the findings?
Aye.
Aye. And we have conditions numbered 1 through 6 on the staff report dated June 29th. Attorney Schultz, have you had a chance to review those?
I have. Those are acceptable. Thank you.
So the conditions then, as I said, are listed 1 through 6 on the staff report dated June 29th.
All right, we need a second on the conditions.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And now we need to make a vote to grant the special permit with conditions. Is permit number 20, appeal number 2026-015. I need a second.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So it is passed.
Congrats.
Thank you, Attorney Schultz.
Thank you all very much. Have a nice night.
Thanks. All right, moving back to appeal number 2025-025, Great Marsh Development LLC has applied for a comprehensive permit pursuant to MGL Chapter 40B, Sections 20, 21, 22, and 23, and 760 CMR 56.00. The applicant proposes to develop an affordable housing community on 6.764 acres. The homes at Centerville Cove will consist of 20 detached 3-bedroom single-family dwellings. The residents at Centerville Cove will consist of 36 rental units in one building with a mix of 2 and 3-bedroom apartments. Subject property is located at 39, 51, 61, and 75 Great Marsh Road, 195 Finney's Lane, and 40 Richardson's Road, Centerville, Mass. As shown on Assessor's Map 210 as parcels 124, 125, 126, 134-003, 134-004, and Map 209 as parcel 020, respectively. They are located in the Residence C, RC, and Highway Office HO zoning districts and the the Resource Protection Overlay District, the RPOD. Members, Simon, myself, Herb Odenseek, Aaron Webb, Manny Alves, Deborah Dworkis, and this was continued from January 14th, 2026, February 11th, 2026, and April 8th, 2026. We've had revised plans submitted multiple times, but most recently April 28th, 2026. And just to note, this matter was continued from October 22nd, 2025 after 2025-024. The Egan Capital variance request was withdrawn. Both items were related, so the comprehensive permit 2025-025 was re-advertised to give the public notice of the revised application. Attorney Singer.
Real quick, though, my agenda here talks about the 36 rental units.
That was how it was publicly noticed.
Oh, gotcha. Perfect. Okay, understood. Sorry.
But we've revised and revised, so perfect. We are where we are.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I always feel like we need a break after you go through that whole thing, 'cause it just good evening. For the record, Andrew Singer, attorney in Dennisport, here on behalf of the applicant with our team as well, who will speak about briefly momentarily. We look forward to the comprehensive permit process. We hope closing tonight and you beginning your deliberations. As you read, we've been before you many times. Just wanted to recap, quickly, because our presentation tonight is brief, so hopefully you'll have more time for deliberations. There have been many, many changes since the project started months ago, most particularly the elimination of the apartment building and the significant density reduction from 56 units down to 36. The legal standard, as we've discussed for this proposal, is it consistent with local needs? And that is a defined term under state law. We respectfully believe that the voluminous materials submitted, as well as the testimony and peer review provided, demonstrate that the legal standard is well met for this residential development. Your ultimate vote on this will be by majority vote, not supermajority. 40B has a different standard than 40A. We did submit a final supplemental submission on July 1st, and there were 4 plan sheets in that. One of them is up on the screen now, and this is the one, I'll discuss it briefly, this is the one that does show the alternate access. All the other plans remain the same. As part of that July 1st supplemental submission, we provided an updated traffic impact and analysis study by VHB, and Randy Hart is here this evening. We also, as I just said, provided 5 plan sheets, 4 for this new access, as we discussed with you at the last meeting and said we would do, and 1 showing site distance at the original access. Matt Eddy is here as well. In case there are questions, he prepared these plans. We also submitted a request for 1 additional waiver for this intersection, which I'll discuss briefly. It's regarding, there was a page for it you have it in the submission, requesting a waiver to maximize the vegetated buffer zone along Great Marsh Road, and like I said, we'll discuss that. When we were before you at the last meeting, there was discussion about the traffic and the intersection, not really the traffic, but the intersection, where it should be. There was discussion about the potential for additional peer review beyond what COM, Fire, DPW, and the Cape Cod Commission have already done. In response, at that meeting, and though it was not legally required, Mr. Egan agreed to have VHB update the traffic study to address several of the questions that had been raised by Mr. and Mrs. Temple, and to analyze what you have up on the screen before you. And this intersection is about 150 feet or so away from where the Juniper intersection was going to be. For the record, I just want to note, and this is in my letter, that although it is not a legal standard under Chapter 40B or 40A, this word compelling that we had a long conversation about last time, and we're not really sure how it would be defined legally. We looked at it. It doesn't, for purposes of the homes at Centerville Cove, Mr. Egan is willing to discuss both options and ultimately leave it up to you to decide. Both of the curb cuts are safe and acceptable from the professional point of view, and ultimately you'll make that decision which way you'd like to go. Towards that end, Town Council prepared a very thorough draft decision that you have before you, and Anna had mentioned to me before the meeting there were a couple final highlighted changes that were in that she and Jim made today and provided copies to you. The findings and conditions, which are very detailed, have been discussed among Town Council, the Town Planner, and the applicant to ensure that they comply with the 40B requirements and the standards. This is the draft decision that you are going to be deliberating on, and you're going to be going through it and accepting or not the various findings and conditions that are in there. After you close the hearing and enter deliberations, and we hope that is tonight, and if you get through your deliberations and you vote tonight, that would be wonderful as well. But after you've closed the hearing, just from a procedural point of view, I want to just note to the board that it is within your authority, and it's very common, that if you have questions, even though the public hearing's closed, if you have direct questions about a finding or a condition which impacts the project, you are authorized legally to ask us those questions, whether it's myself, Randy, Matt, or Mr. Egan, so that we can help you as you're deliberating. The final thing I wanted to note, and I mentioned one of it earlier, about the access. This access is now before you. They're both before you as part of the record. It is your choice. We believe they are both acceptable, so it is your choice which you would like to pick. In addition, that request for the waiver, the site distance at this curb cut location, this intersection, complies with both the state and the AASHTO standards. It does not comply with the more stringent town of Barnstable standards. And for that reason, because there was concern about Great Marsh Road's a scenic road and not wanting to cut down more trees than are necessary, the applicant requested that waiver to meet and exceed the state and the AASHTO standards, but to have a waiver from the local Barnstable standard. This is again up to you. If the board chooses that you don't want to grant that waiver and you want the applicant to comply with whatever tree clearing that requires, he'll do it. So again, like with the access, like with that waiver request, it is up to the board, where the applicant's happy either way. And with that, that's our presentation for tonight, Chairman Dewey, and we'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Singer. Does any board members have questions for the applicant?
Could you please repeat the waiver and the request for the waiver?
Yes, sir. All right. Let me pull this sheet. So the request for that additional waiver is Chapter 801 of the subdivision regulations, Section 801-13, site distance at road intersections. I'm just going to read what I submitted to you, and this was provided to me by Mr. Eddy. The specific waiver is to allow currently accepted site distance standards as defined by AASHTO and Mass Highway Project Development and Design Code, 2006 edition, and is accepted by the Barnstable DPW to remain as proposed in order to preserve additional vegetative buffer along Great Marsh Road, a scenic road. The subdivision regulations, the local subdivision regulations, require 350-foot site distance in both directions at the road intersection. The applicant is providing 335 feet to the left and 290 feet to the right per AASHTO and Mass Highway standards. These distances provide safe site distances at roadways. They are also well in excess of the safe stopping site distance, which is 200 to 250 feet for the posted speed on this road. And Mr. Eddy's happy to discuss that. And again, we thought it made sense to request that waiver, and actually Matt's standing up, which means I said something incorrectly.
No, you didn't. For the record, Matthew Eddy, professional engineer with Baxter Engineering Surveying. I just wanted to point out what I did on the plans that I submitted for the site distance plans for both the new location and the prior original location, as I called it on the plans, is you'll see, and that's why I zoomed in as tight as I could here reasonably. There's that solid line is the 290-foot line, and so here's what we're clearing in the vegetation. I also put on the plan, which you can see with this intersection, there's not much of a difference really at all. If you go, you'll see right behind there, and if you look at your plans, you should hopefully see it. There's a dotted line, and then you see the 350 feet. So that's the sight line for 350. So again, we can easily provide that. It's just, there's a little bit more clearing with this entrance location. There's not that much more clearing, but you never know, and it's up to the board what you would like to do. If there could be a nice tree in between that gap between the 290 to 350 that if we go to the 350, we'll have to come down. So that's what I was just showing you on those plans. And again, we believe, and we can, explain it further if needed, both between myself and Randy Hart, as far as the site distance requirements, what they are, what they mean, what is the subdivision regulations, how does that compare to AASHTO, what's safe, et cetera. Everything that's been proposed in both of these intersections is absolutely, in my professional opinion, and I won't speak for Randy, but he can, state what he believes, that both of those intersections are absolutely acceptable and safe intersection locations. So I just wanted to kind of explain that for you so you know what you were looking at on the plans. Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions?
Yeah, I guess you made a reference to the comment about compelling standard. I think those were my words, and I feel compelled to clarify.
Well, it was the DPW director that used the word compelling in his comment.
Right, exactly. So the comment was, no, I think it was the town engineer.
The town engineer.
The town
sorry,
engineer wrote
sorry.
and said that he initially agreed with you that ordinarily you try to align these intersections. In his words, I tried to find it, I couldn't find it, unless there is a compelling reason not to. And frankly, my comment at the last meeting was that, yeah, I heard compelling evidence from the neighbors that the deleterious impact that this would have on that neighborhood is sufficient to consider alternatives. Thank you for doing that. And I think we're here today with something that works. So, anyway, just for background. I wasn't creating a legal standard. I was just referring to the comment.
No, was he. No, was he.
Okay. So just, I still have the floor. One quick question. I think in your letter, you said that DPW concurred with you that compliance with the state and the AASHTO standard would be acceptable to the department. Did we get anything from DPW?
On the original entrance location, we did, right? And that had the same site distance requirements of the 335 and the 290, which he approved and said that met the requirements. But we did send these plans to DPW and to COM Fire a couple of weeks ago. I know those guys are very busy. I caught up with Griffin today at the end of the day via text, and Jim's here, so I think Griffin said that he sent the text line to Jim as well. But yeah, he said, I just said, we'll get the hearing tonight. The resubmission, do you have any issues with this relocation entrance? Do you agree that it's unacceptable? And he said he agreed that it was unacceptable. He had no issues with this entrance. So.
Just so I understand, this, with the prior intersection, the one across from Juniper,
Yep.
we had the same exact measurements in terms of...
Correct, yep. Yeah, that was 295 and 335, or 290 and 335, that's correct. Just to explain a little bit, the requirements for site distance are defined by AASHTO, which is the accepted industry standard by the experts for road design. The site distance requirements that we're meeting actually exceed the requirements of AASHTO. AASHTO requires, as a minimum, your stopping site distance, a safe distance for stopping. That distance is approximately, I don't know if I have it in my notes here in front of me, but it's approximately 250 feet to 280 feet. So again, we well exceed that. They then have what they refer to as an intersection site distance, which is referenced in Randy's report. That's a desirable, but that's not a requirement at all. Hundreds of projects that I've designed, we don't design to an ISD typically. You then have a third criteria, which is what's caused a little bit of confusion, I think, is the subdivision regulations, that Chapter 801 section. And that specifically, it doesn't reference stopping site distance, intersection site distance. It just says for intersections, you need to have certain site distances on a road design, and it specifically identifies posted speed, and I have a copy of it with me that I could submit to the board, but it identifies with a posted speed, so it's the actual posted speed on the road, which is 30 miles per hour. You need 350 feet. Again, both of these entrances, we can meet the 350 feet if that's what the board so chooses, with just a little bit of additional clearing. So,
Thank you.
does that make sense? Okay. Thank you.
I have a quick question. So you're coming out of the proposed subdivision road, I guess it's called Road Number 1 at this point, taking a right onto Great Marsh, where you're proposing to do a little bit more clearing, is that correct?
So with this here?
Yep.
Yeah, so yeah, if you're coming out here to go to 350, you can see with this entrance location now, the difference is very minor. Andrew, the mouse is right over here if you wanted to try to zoom out. But it's actually zoomed in, fairly well over here.
But isn't my point is, if you're taking a right, isn't your left sight line more important than your right sight line?
Well, when you're exiting the entrance, either left or right, the further distance requirement is to your left, because that's the oncoming
Of course.
lane.
Exactly.
Regardless of whether you're going left
Yeah.
or right.
Again, I don't know if that additional clearing is really necessary for a right turn onto Great Marsh.
Again,
Yeah, I understand. It's all good. Yep. No problem.
Okay. Thank you.
Paul? are you-
Jim has had his hand up.
Good evening, Jim Comfort, Director of Planning and Development. No, I just want to concur. I did receive comments from town engineer Griffin Bowden, and he did find this new alternative acceptable. So I just wanted to provide that to you. That's all.
Anyone?
With or without the waiver?
So, Jim, so with which sightline amount? Did he specify, or he said either?
As proposed, he found that acceptable. So the grade area, and he didn't provide any further comment beyond that.
Okay.
Again, just so I'm clear, but not in specific compliance with the town regs.
That's correct. As proposed, he found this acceptable.
Got it. Gotcha.
I'm slightly confused, though. I'm sorry. As proposed with the variance, or as proposed with or without?
The waiver.
It doesn't.
With
With
the
the
waiver.
waiver. Okay.
With the waiver.
So if we don't approve the waiver, does,
And they would clear more.
And
No,
I
they-
assume Griffin would also be okay
But
with
he'd
that.
probably okay with that. Then
Right,
we're
because that's
exceeding what
compliance with
Griffin said
everything.
is okay.
Right.
gotcha.
If we give them the waiver, Griffin's okay with what we've waived.
We had heard testimony about Mike Egan, Osterville, about a scenic road and buffer zones, so it's mutually exclusive, so.
Of course.
Yep. Understood.
Okay. So, no one else has any questions? I guess we can go to public comment here. We did receive some letters. I guess if people would like to speak, we don't need repetition of things we've heard before. I think we've made progress on the plans. So I think it would be specific to some of the last items we're considering here. If you just could introduce yourself and try to keep it to 3 minutes.
Jeff Temple, 67 Bresner. We're getting to know each other, so. I have copies of the letter that was submitted today, in case you could pass those. Basically, what I'm going to present tonight is just a highlight of actually that letter. I'm not going to read into the record that whole letter that you have and that was submitted. So good evening. I'd just like to begin by expressing support for the applicant's revised access proposal at approximately 51 Great Marsh Road. From everything presented to date, this revised location appears to resolve the principal concerns associated with the juniper alignment while still preserving the viability of the project. From everything presented to date, the revised location appears to resolve the principal concerns associated with the juniper alignment while still preserving the viability of the project. Most importantly, based on the applicant's own traffic impact analysis, the alternative access appears to operate acceptably, achieves favorable levels of service, and creates no identified operational deficiencies. The ZBA, in my opinion, is no longer being asked to choose between product viability and public safety, which I'll speak to. As part of the waiver Part A, regarding the request to waive the town of Barnstable 80113, I respectfully ask the ZBA to consider what the regulation represents. Chapter 80113 is not guidance. It's not a recommendation. It's the town's adopted public safety regulation governing sight distance at road intersections. Throughout the subdivision regulations, when the town intends to use AASHTO standards to apply, it specifically states, so the town knew about AASHTO, and there are some things in the code using AASHTO. However, for intersection sight distance, the regulations specifically direct applicants to comply with Chapter 80113, 80123-9, 80126B-10. They're very specific and clear on intersection sight distances and requirements. That distinction is very clear and specific in your town subdivision regulations. The waiver request asks the ZBA to substitute AASHTO standards for the town's own adopted regulation, Chapter 80113. AASHTO is an important engineering reference, but AASHTO provides the minimum design guidance. Barnstable has already made a policy decision to adopt a more conservative local standard, which they have the right to do, through Chapter 80113 in its subdivision regulations. The question before the ZBA is not whether the intersections meet a national minimum guideline. The question is whether they should meet the town's adopted public safety standard. One question that remains for the ZBA is whether the two traffic impact analyses should have evaluated the intersections against your stated regulations long ago when we started in October, Chapter 80113, and reported those findings to help you make your decisions through all these meetings that we've been through, rather than against the AASHTO guidelines, which now we have two traffic studies based on the minimum site distance, not the stated town regulations that weren't wavered. Chapter 80113 is the governing municipal standard. The absence of using 80113 in that analysis may have limited the ZBA's ability to evaluate the intersections, particularly Juniper, long before now and against the very standards the town adopted. It is only now at this final hearing and through the waiver request itself that the ZBA is being asked to consider not using the town's adopted safety standards for these intersections. Now speaking to the second part of the waiver on B. There is also an important issue regarding speed assumptions presented in the waiver. The waiver request discusses site distances based on the posted speed of 30 miles per hour, as you heard. Those numbers are all based on that. However, the applicant's own traffic impact analysis measures the experts operating speeds of approximately 37 to 38. They did all the traffic study, they measure, they find out the 80th percentile speed, and that's what they use to determine what they need for that intersection. Those are the speeds the applicant's own traffic engineers considered representative of actual conditions on that road. Under Chapter 80113, the required site distances increase substantially at those operating speeds. Based on the measurements contained in the traffic impact analysis and the operating speeds used by the applicant's own experts, the Juniper intersection has not and does not satisfy the town section 80113 requirements at not only 35 miles an hour, but also the 37 to 38 miles an hour. And what I meant by that is I actually went down to 35 and it still has never complied, Juniper, to the town regulations. This is not a disagreement over engineering judgment. It's fundamentally a question of compliance with a town's adopted regulation. And that brings us back to the most important point. A feasible proposal now appears to exist. The revised access location at approximately 51 Great Marsh Road appears capable of satisfying the town's site distance requirements at the posted speed at 35 miles per hour and potentially the operating speed at 37 to meet 80113. It preserves project viability, it maintains acceptable traffic operations, and importantly, potentially avoids the need to waive the town's adopted public safety standard. Chapter 80113 represents a legislative and engineering judgment that has already been made by the town regarding what they consider safe site distances at road intersections, all through the code. Respectfully, waiving a codified public safety regulation should require more than demonstrating compliance with a lower minimum standard, particularly when the applicant's own analysis demonstrates that a feasible and compliant proposal at 51 Great Marsh potentially exists. I would offer that these reasons are how I defined compelling. Tonight, the ZBA has an opportunity to support both housing objectives and public safety without compromising either. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Temple.
Thank you, Tom Keene, Town Councilor for Precinct 2. And I am here in support of this project, especially now with this new intersection at approximately 51 Great Marsh Road. I will say, and I think you've all seen, that it has been a long road to get to here. We start off with the 56-unit housing development. The apartment building has been eliminated. We now have 36 single-family homes. We had very specific and actionable comments from neighbors and abutters, and they were the kind of comments that really helped direct an improvement to this particular project. And from the proponent's side, we had a proponent who actually listened to those comments and reacted accordingly and engaged with the neighborhood to try to improve the project. So I end up thinking that this is going to be, with the adjustment of the exit to approximately 51 Great Marsh Road, this is going to be a strong and good project for Centerville and for the town of Barnstable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Keene.
Hi, I'm Emil Diaz. My family has been at 15 Great Marsh Road for 52 years. So my family's home there is the first house that abuts the new development, and I oppose the new proposed entrance. And the reason is, for 52 years, when we back out of our driveway, we can barely see the vehicles coming down towards us. If you look east onto Great Marsh, you see there's a slight bend in the road. So I can only see, as I back out, I can only see just a short distance down Great Marsh Road before the cars are on top of me when I'm backing out. With this new proposed entrance, the cars are going to be on me even quicker. So I know I've heard tonight that this meets the standards. I can tell you just from looking out my own driveway, I can't get out of there safely. In addition, anybody coming out of that new proposed street who looks down Great Marsh as I do is also going to be looking into that bend in the road. So, again, I'm opposed to it because of the safety of backing out of my driveway. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, it's just like paper.
Hi there, Hillary Temple. I'm representing the Wequacket Estates Beach Association. And I wanted to start by saying, on behalf of the Wequacket Estates Beach Association, we want to thank you all for the time and the effort you put into listening to all of our concerns and working through this permit process with us for these last several months. We also appreciate and respect the applicant's willingness to move the entrance to the new subdivision to the newly proposed 51 Great Marsh location after considering our and the ZBA's concerns. We believe this is a safe and most viable location for the following reasons. This new location, we believe, meets both the AASHTO and the Barnstable Safety Code 801-13, and therefore eliminates the need for the ZBA to approve 802-13 waiver. Choosing the newly proposed entrance at 51 Great Marsh Road allows drivers to travel more safely on Great Marsh Road by eliminating the four-way intersection and reducing the crash conflict points by 40%. That means it's 40% safer having 2 9-conflict points intersections rather than 1 32 conflict point intersections. So that alone is a safety issue. These points, we contend, are compelling, our favorite word, and for obvious reasons to accept the newly proposed 51 entrance. We believe this process worked demonstrated that a developer can achieve their goals, the community can benefit from much-needed affordable housing, both without compromising safety or causing hardship to its neighbors. For this, we are thankful. Therefore, we propose, 1, the board accept the revised intersection at 51 Great Marsh Road. 2, we suggest the board deny the unnecessary waiver of 801-13. 3, that the board to include a condition that no construction or project-related vehicles be allowed to travel through or park within the Weba neighborhood during the entirety of the construction project. This has been a long process, and now we respectfully believe we have concluded with a safe and viable project that will support affordable housing while achieving the applicant's goals. We support an expeditious end to this pending permit and support for the applicant in their acceptance process into Commonwealth Builders. On behalf of Weba, a gracious thank you to all involved. Warm regards, Jeff, Hillary Temple, and their team, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Temple.
Hi, Alan Morrow, 276 Finney's Lane. I don't see how you can make us ration water and approve all these monstrosities in Hyannis and Centerville. And I don't know if you're getting paid off, you hate Cape Cod, but this is shameful. You should all be ashamed of yourself. Thank you.
How you doing? Eric Schwab, Hyannis. I don't know why you think you're done. I don't think you're even half done. Did you look at this list of waivers that they're asking for? Why is it we can't have trees? The town regulations are 1 tree for every 30 foot of road. They want a waiver, 1 tree for every 55 feet, with no rationale whatsoever. They don't want to do a tree map. They just want to bulldoze the whole area. They don't want to do any kind of a habitat study. They don't want to understand what's living there now. They just want to clear cut it and throw up a bunch of cheap houses at an extremely high density. We have regulations about trees in subdivisions. Why are they not being upheld? And what is the rationale for not upholding them? Do trees not have rights here? The sewer system. I know everyone thinks that once you connect to the road, that all your problems go away. They don't. All your problems come to Hyannis. We asked at the very beginning of this proceeding for you to just ask the DPW to demonstrate an ability to dispose of the water that's coming from COM. It's coming from outside of our water district. It's coming into Hyannis. We're cleaning it, and we have to dispose of it. I don't see any calculation anywhere from anyone that demonstrates an ability to handle this additional load. It's a simple request. It's a simple calculation. I don't think it's unreasonable for the DPW to do their job. They haven't. It's no reflection on you guys. You've asked them. I know you have. They have not delivered even a shred of evidence that they can handle this additional load. They just have not done it. Also, I did go through the documents. I double-checked with one of your members. The sewer connection fee that's in writing, the sewer connection fee for everyone else in Centerville, do you know what it is? 15,000 change? You know what the sewer connection fee is for this project? $420. That's in a memo from the DPW, from Griffin. The DPW and the Finance Department have made zero effort to negotiate a reasonable fee for connecting to an established system that is experiencing heavy load. We're experiencing a tremendous load, and it's coming right down into Pleasant Hill Road and right into Stewart's Creek. It's not being adequately cleaned. It's not being adequately mitigated. and you're just allowing more flow for $420 a pop, while the rest of us are paying $15,000. I mean, what is that? I really think you need to hold the line here and finish the job you started, quite ably, I might add. I mean, you've done an absolutely fabulous job. They're just trying to rush you to a conclusion that you're just not at. You're not at it yet. So I would ask that you slow down, finish looking at some of the promises were made, which includes a playground. I distinctly remember someone promising a playground. That seems to have disappeared and dropped off the table. And maybe just look at all the little pieces that dropped off the table in the backroom negotiations and keep this negotiation out front of the folks so that we can actually follow along. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Schwab.
Good evening, friends. My name is John Julius. I don't live in Centerville. I live in Hyannis. But I'm here tonight because in all my years of coming to this podium since 1997 when I started, I have never seen anything more insane in my life. 36 homes on 6 acres? Are you kidding me? General health, general welfare, general safety. I'm going to read you 12 towns: Carver, Drake, East Bridgewater, Freetown, Halifax, Holden, Marblehead, Middleton, Rehoboth, Tewksbury, Wilmington, and Winthrop. I'm going to circle back to those in a couple of minutes. I could stand here for a half hour tonight. I hate coming in here, but you know what I hate more? Watching our town get destroyed. 36 homes on 6 acres. That's total insanity. I'm driving home tonight, spending 20 minutes just to go from the base of 28 coming into downtown Hyannis, 20 minutes sitting there, and I hit one of my favorite signs: water shortage in Hyannis. Guys, I'll tell you what, if we were standing in a court of law right now and I were looking at a federal judge, he would shut this project down with an injunction in about 10 seconds. Safety, water, wastewater, Vibrio vulnificus, remember that one? The flesh-eating disease last year they found at Old Silver Beach. 33 beaches yesterday on my phone were closed in Massachusetts. Where the hell are we going in this town? 36 homes on 6 acres. And you know something else? I've sold over 6,000 homes in my 4 decades of selling real estate, and I'll tell you what, I'm so sick and tired of hearing, there's a housing crisis. No, there is not. Sorry for my passion tonight, guys, but that's the biggest lie and narrative I've ever heard in all my 73 years on this planet. It's sickening. It's disgusting. And we have a developer in here who comes in and wants waivers, the benefits. Who's benefiting? You show me one taxpayer in this town. Show me one person in this town. This subdivision is not even going to have sidewalks in it. Are you kidding me? I spent 24 and a half years in building in the 80s and 90s, and I would have been tarred and feathered in any town trying to come in here and propose this kind of insanity. Water, sewer, safety. One of you is on record at a meeting prior that I was at, and one person here on this board mentioned safety, and the COMM Fire Department could shut the project down on safety alone. Yes, they could, and you know what? They should. They should be in this damn room tonight, standing here shoulder to shoulder with all of us. And I don't live in Centerville. I'm here because I care about the town. And this is going to set an incredibly stupid, idiotic precedent, allowing 6 homes to be built on 1 acre. It wasn't that long ago, it was 2 acre zoning, and now all of a sudden we're going 6 homes on 1 acre? Are you kidding me? I also heard something else. I heard that there's 6 or 7 or 8 people around the surrounding area put their homes up for sale. You know what? I'll tell you what, this is going to devalue homes. When you walk down a road and go into this door of insanity, let me tell you something. That's going to devalue people's properties. And I'll leave you with this. Right now in Hyannis, and for all the people who want to come out here, oh, there's a housing crisis. No, there's not. Right now in Hyannis alone, There's over 1,250 properties either under construction, in the works, 4-story buildings popping up like mushrooms, and our water and sewer are never going to be able to handle it. So I'm gonna beg you guys tonight, you're our zoning board. The 12 towns I read earlier, I won't reread them again. You know what their zoning board and their town officials in those 12 towns did? They got the guts, they had the courage, they had the brains, they had the decency to say, you know what, Healy and the idiots up there in Beacon Hill, we don't care about your multi-housing. We don't care that you're going to sit here and tell us we're forced to have to do this. Well, you know what, guys? You don't have to approve this project, and damn it, you shouldn't. I'm going to look every one of you right now in your eyes and ask you, beg you, do not allow this insanity to happen. Based on those three, general health, general welfare, general safety, for all of us, because it affects everyone. And if a child rides his bicycle through a neighborhood and there's no sidewalk, gee, I wonder which personal law firm will get that call. Okay, so again, sorry for my passion. I shouldn't have to apologize for it, but I guess I will. You know, my mom looks down at me all the time and says, calm down so you don't have a heart attack. I already went down that road once. But on all sincerity, guys, I hope you'll understand that. I hope you'll look deep in your hearts and just say, you know what? Yeah, there's 12 other towns in the Commonwealth. Those people had guts. Now I'm asking all of you to have the same guts. Thank you.
Yeah, Ken Barron, live in Centerville, about 2 miles from this project. It's real tough to follow up on that act, and I agree with you.
What's your address, please?
Nottingham Drive, 196 Nottingham Drive. It's about 2 miles, a little less from this project. It's hard to follow up on that conversation with John. I support what he said 1,000%. The 40B program is a scam, and it accomplishes nothing. We get a small percentage of houses that are quote-unquote affordable. I still haven't heard a number yet on what the actual rent will be for the affordable. Never mind the market rates. Even the affordables are tough for people to afford, apparently, okay? So when you're going to build 100 units, just taking even numbers here, and only allow 10 to be affordable, you're putting 90 units, flooding the market with market rate housing that supposedly, with a housing crisis, we can't afford. Cape Cod is full. We're full. You all live here. I shouldn't have to tell you that. Just drive down any neighborhood from Bourne to P-Town, never mind Hyannis. Cape Cod is full. Do you want one of these projects coming into your neighborhood? Do you think there's any more room in your neighborhood? Just because you find a parcel of land and says, oh, let's build a bunch of houses here for, so we can save humanity. It is a bunch of crap. I'm sorry it is. It's completely useless. It accomplishes nothing. Now, when you can start building 100% affordability, we'll have a different conversation. But to destroy just the town of Barnstable alone with over 1,000 units and only 100 are going to be affordable is a real crime. Water, as was mentioned, sewage, which was mentioned, traffic, strain on the fire department, the police department, the school systems, which they took schools down. What we're going to have to do, build more schools again? And, of course, lost my train of thought here. And, of course, just the general well-being of Cape Cod. This is Cape Cod. This isn't, Brockton. This isn't Sudbury. This isn't a suburb of Boston. It's Cape Cod. We live here because it's something special, and we're destroying what something special is. There's no question about it. I've lived here over 50 years. I've seen the development. Cape Cod is full. Thank you.
Good evening now, it's evening. My name's Larry Moore, and I live in Katuah. I don't know whether you need a street address or not. If you do, I'm glad to provide it. After the January 14 meeting, which was really the first big principal meeting that was conducted, I submitted a brief set of comments to be included. They weren't read into the record or read for the public. Let me tell you what they were in brief circumstances. To report the presence of traffic impact and all the other matters that Mr. Egan decided to bring in, I recommended that they all be ignored, because at that point, They were flawed. They were not based upon statistics. Okay, maybe between now and then in the last 6 months, they've done something to correct it, but that kind of presentation was unrealistic. The other thing that Ken just talked about was funding sources. Now, some of the funding may come with people that choose to buy a home in that location, but where is the money coming from, and how is it going to be allocated to qualify for affordable housing? The concept of affordable housing is not a myth. It is a flaw. It is a fabricated concept which really does not meet up with the people who come into this town to work and can't afford living here anyway. The third thing is about local needs. That was brought up several times, but not consistently. The local needs are supposed to be what is best for Hyannis, Centerville, all of Barnstable, whatever particular part of the town you may be looking into. But I haven't seen or heard anything that talked about meeting the local needs that should be considered by this board. The fourth thing was based upon presentations of different development concepts in light of the public comments. The public comments have brought out things that if the applicant was really upfront about it, he would have just said, these are things we're concerned about. But he didn't say anything about that. All he did, he exaggerated all the things that he wanted you to follow. Thank goodness the public comment has gotten us to this point. Now, it's easy to go through the rest of the matters that have been covered in the last 6 months, but I'm just going to hit a couple of highlights. First question is, why is there being this project built there in the first place? Why, if a project of this magnitude, why couldn't Mr. Egan or any other developer go find a place that was much more receptive to this type of a project, squeezing it in with wraparound roads and with new road changes and all the pumping situation that's gone in? Was the pumping situation being created to solve the needs of the existing people that were there, or just to meet the needs of this project? That's a question that maybe you should consider. The traffic analysis has been covered extensively, but it's been exaggerated, but it's been underestimated as well. Parking spaces per unit. We've had many different zoning hearings over the last 4 to 5 months. We talked about one parking space per unit. Some people wanted 2, but these are private homes that somebody's going to be living in, and you think they're just going to have one car, just one space? And what if they have guests? Where are they going to park them, on the lawn or on the street? The streets aren't wide enough to accommodate them anyway. The affordability I just touched on already, touched on the needs. And what I'm really suggesting, encouraging you to do, is to not be swallowed or not be controlled by what a state code or even the local codes say. Codes are written, but they're not final. By that I mean there's variations in all of the law, all the procedures, everything that exists. They are up there for you to look at them and just say, hey, there's different meanings to this. They don't apply to this project. That's what's something that you as a board should examine it yourself and say it yourself. We're not really so sure that the law tells us we have to do this. If you take that approach, I think that you're going to come out with a very favorable result. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morton.
Mike Farrell, Katuitt. So it took me an hour and a half to get to the bridge from Katuitt going back roads. As I was driving by the wing school and looking at that development, there's nothing historical about it. So while the people on 6A have to ask for the historical committee what color they can paint their door and what they can put on a half-acre lot, I also went to water department meetings where literally we feel like we're okay with the water. We just got 3 days of water, and dead people at Mosswood Cemetery can have their lawn watered, but we're asking for people not to water their lawn depending on the number of your house. Okay, so again, to get back to the water thing. It'd be a shame to see this thing go through. This is the same board, I believe, that tells me because of clutter in yards, they want to make me buy a permit to park my trailer, as well as my buddy's snowmobile trailers that are over 20 feet. And then they're going to say that if they got an extra stack of bricks, it's allotted to some particular size because of the clutter. Well, that looks like a bunch of clutter to me, okay? So if this is approved, once the sewer that I'm going to be forced to get on continues to my neighborhood, even though my septic works fine, when I come in front of this board, I expect that you guys allow 2 ADUs when I proposition you for them on my almost half-acre lot so that I can house my aging parents. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Gail Shamsi. I'm at 251 Finney's Lane. My house is next to Emil's, the guy in the orange, right on the corner of Great Marsh and Finney's Lane. I understand, and this may not be a popular thinking, that the Wequaqueta State Beach Association is a lot more organized than maybe other abutters or nearby houses. But my read was from previous meeting, that's 150 feet down the road is where you're placing it now. So I don't know what kind of math is being done here, but that is very close to the intersection. You know, really one house over from what you're seeing. And people do not drive 35 miles an hour. If they drive 40, they're going slow. And I will just say there's an accident waiting to happen here. Some years ago, there were some friends who were over, and they started playing a drinking game. And they called it A-Hole Corner, where our house is, because of the number of times that people would scream that from their cars. Going down Great Marsh, trying to exit, for Finney's Lane turning, and it was a big drinking game because it happened every couple of minutes. So if you think that placing it closer to keep the Weeba people happy is solving your problems, it's making it worse. That's all I have to say.
Hello, Nicola Sydney, 132 Great Marsh Road. I feel like a lot of the comments have been on moving the entrance, and that's what everyone has been focused on, except for some of the people here who have commented on the safety of this project as a whole. When I spoke the first time a couple of months ago, my whole point is the safety for the children that you are building this estate for. This is going to be developed for my generation and a generation below me, because it's being built for first-time homeowners, affordable housing. We can't afford this. In this climate, we cannot even afford these houses. So why are you building more? We don't want it. We don't want to live stacked on top of each other, no room for our kids to play, no sidewalks for our kids to run on. They go out in the road, throw a ball, and it goes onto Great Marsh Road, and then you get hit by a car. That's the reality, because I live on Great Marsh Road. I live right there. I can't let my 2 girls, my 3-year-old and my 1-year-old, out of my front door without being glued to their side, because people drive 40, 50, 60 miles an hour down this road with a corner that you can't see around. I take my girls for walks in their stroller every day, because we have to get out of the house. If you have little kids, you have to get out of the house. You cannot be cooped up in 4 walls, especially the size of these houses. When you go for that walk, you go through the estate, you go down Juniper, you go down Great Marsh Road. Duncan's right there, that's where we go. So we have to walk down Great Marsh Road, and I have to literally put my life in my hands every single time I walk down this road. So now you want to add 36 houses to this with additional traffic that it just can't handle it. I know the water has been mentioned. I want you to see it from another point. My 3-year-old is trying to grow fruits, vegetables, flowers. She can't even water her flower bed that she's trying to grow. My husband can't water the grass that we're trying to grow because we're in a drought. But you think adding 36 homes onto 6 acres is going to solve this drought? The logic is just not logicking to me. Already on this lot is trees. Where is the wildlife that lives in this lot going to go? You're just going to demolish the whole lot and then kill them all? You don't think we need trees and wildlife to live as humans? You don't have more compassion to keep the trees and to keep the wildlife where they live? We don't need this. My last point is that we got a letter the other day for the sewers that are being done, and they're not even coming down Great Marsh Road until 2031. So we're just going to be under construction for the next 10 years of our lives living on this road, if this is approved, and then the sewer and everything else that's going on. People already know about the cut-through from Great Marsh Road to get to Finney's from Old Stage Road. So now they're avoiding 28 and coming on Great Marsh Road because they know that they can. So now you're adding even more additional traffic to a little road that absolutely cannot handle it. Thank you.
Mr. Julius, we already gave you more than
You
5
did
minutes.
give me three minutes, whatever it was. My wife called and donated. The good news is this will take me 20 seconds, Jake, with all due respect, because if my wife were here, she'd give me 3 minutes. I'm not here to argue with anybody. This came on my phone, and I think it's important to be read to all of you and everybody. Mara Healy, we all know her, proud to be bypassing local zoning boards and putting up housing developments wherever she wants in our town, across the Cape and now across Mass. Can you say waiver, corruption, and IDGAF? I'm sure you know what that means about the environment, but boy, save those plovers, huh? Save the plovers. It's insane, and the only recourse is to laugh and leave. No, I don't want people laughing and leaving our town. The people in this town who have been here should be able to stay here and continue without this kind of insanity. Thanks for the extra 30 seconds.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Kensrew. I live at 83 Juniper Road. This will greatly affect myself and my husband. It's my first time up here. I don't have anything with me. What I do want to tell you is I'm not an expert on traffic. I'm sure these gentlemen are. What I am an expert on for the last 9 years is I have come out Juniper. I have walked up to Richardson Road. I have turned left. I have gone through the Gourmet. I have gone through the shopping centers, come back, Camp Opeachy, down around Lake Wequaquet Center, and back down. I have been on Great Marsh Road more times than you could imagine. Probably over 200 times, because I walk almost 5 miles every day. I know what the traffic is on that road. You can put any machine on that road you want to. It will tell you this or that. I can tell you what I have experienced. I have experienced having to jump off the road to not get hit by a car. And it's not going 30 miles an hour. It's going closer to 45, almost 50. I have to get off the road so that I don't get hit. The lady with the kids, I 100% believe her. If you want to know what a true traffic study is, come to my house. I'm on 83 Juniper. Walk with me. You will see what I have to deal with. You add those homes on Great Marsh Road, those people coming and going, and that sight line, I come out on Juniper, I go about 200 feet. It is a steep curve. You cannot see what's coming. You can't see what's going. I walk that almost every single day. If you want to know a true traffic study, come to my house. You're more than welcome. All of you are welcome to come and see what I have to deal with. And everybody else is going to have to deal with that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Betty Ludke. I live in Hyannis. I really enjoy listening to the folks who live here. It's incredible what they're saying. I do find it unfortunate that we're in this situation, that we're building, wherever we possibly can, tearing down trees and things and ecosystems for animals. I agree with all these comments. The one thing, I'll be a bit of a broken record. Chair Dewey said not to repeat. I'm going to repeat myself, and I'm going to repeat Commonwealth Builders. And perhaps I'm ignorant, so I'm making more of a question. Could we please, in the findings, say, if we're going to do this, then it darn well better be Commonwealth Builders. I don't know what the obstacle is that we keep saying we hope, we might, we'll try. I don't know why we can't nail down Commonwealth Builders, because we've heard a lot of people talk about some very serious impacts, and I'm with them. And if we're going to have these serious impacts, then we need Commonwealth Builders, because that's going to give us ownership, and it's all going to be at the attainable level. And that's what we need. We don't need more market rate. We don't need a full-on 40B. So can you please put that in your findings? I don't know what else to say. And again, I'm ignorant of this process, why it's so hard, why Hack could do it at the corner of Stevens and North Street with seemingly no issues, and we can't get it here. So please put that in your findings. Make this Commonwealth Builders. That'll at least mitigate some of the harms we've heard tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Key. Do we have anyone else who wants to speak? We did receive a bunch of different letters. There was public comment. This is after April 8th, our last meeting on this. There was the Badett family, Dre, LaPola, Lewis, we had a letter from Mr. and Mrs. Temple, Mr. Temple, Ziegler, public comment again from Mr. Temple. We had 2 letters from Weba, another comment from Mr. Temple. We had a request for DPW review from Mr. Temple, and I believe that was all of them. Did anything else additional come in? Okay. Board members, questions, or Attorney Singer, did you want to respond to any comment or no? Okay.
Well, thank you, Chairman Dewey. Mike Egan, developer, Osterville. Maybe I apologize for putting the decision on you, which access road you pick. I'm somewhat indifferent. We've been trying to, I've understood some of the conflicts, mutually exclusive conflicts, scenic road, clearing, across from Juniper versus across 51 Great Marsh, ball's in your court.
Thank you, Mr. Egan. Does anyone have any response to public comment or any thoughts or questions? Go ahead, Deborah.
On the road that's diagonal to Juniper, you had at one point had a sidewalk and a bus stop, and would this location accommodate those.
There's a sidewalk on this one too, right next to the.
Sidewalk and a
Yeah,
bus stop for children.
I don't know if we put in the bus stop. The bus stop was mostly for when we had the apartment building.
Okay.
So the sidewalk is serving as a gathering area for the,
And
yeah.
how,
And we don't have a homeowners association, so we didn't have a way of maintaining the structure if we built a fixed structure. So we put in the sidewalk and to keep, so the kids wouldn't be in the road as they waited for the stop.
Is the water management there, that's fenced?
Yes.
Is that right, that is fenced?
Correct.
And there's no way that can be subsurface and be,
One of the compromises we've had to make to move the entrance from across from Juniper to where you see on this design, the 51, is to change the technology of the stormwater management to comply with essentially less, we have less room now. And in different, it's also a different elevations because of different locations, so they're different shape. I'm stealing Matt's thunder, but it will be compliant to the stormwater requirements, but
Let me just add to that too. In discussions with DPW, they requested that we modify the stormwater so that it was more surface detention and not underground. That's the type of facilities that they prefer for maintenance.
so that would be like that'll be a fenced area there that.
Yeah, each stormwater management area will have a fence around it. I think we're proposing, I'm not sure we put a detail on that, but, it'd be a nice, like a two-rail, split-rail fence with then like a black vinyl-coated mesh on it. So they actually, age nicely, and they look, it's not just going to be like a necessary chain link fence. And that would be around each of the stormwater management areas in this subdivision.
Okay. Do any of the board members have questions? Jim, do you maybe want to just give us like a quick brief of sort of like process here of where we are?
Yeah, absolutely. So the process here, the board has been reviewing these for some time now. We do have an extension from the applicant through this month, the date, the 28th. So if we do not close this evening, the board would need to request a further extension from the applicant. Otherwise, this board should close and render a decision this evening.
Anyone have questions?
So, again, going back to the site plan, just to be clear, that stormwater area on this proposed new entrance is going to be right on the entrance. It's to the right of the road, number one, leading in. That's not a lot.
That's correct. That's a stormwater management area on the right. And if you look at the original entrance design, it also had a stormwater management area on the right side.
Gotcha.
Will there be any like vegetative buffer around the outside of it, or it can't because there's too much underground?
I mean, there can be, some plantings around it. There'll be a, buffer as much as possible, obviously, along Great Marsh Road. There can be some plantings, but it can't, you can't have excessive plantings in the stormwater management area, obviously. But, you could have some, some river birch and so forth.
So, I mean, some of the things, we've gone back and forth with where the road goes. I don't know. We have a few people that think it should be back in the meat of Juniper, and there's some people that think that like the new proposal. Our town engineer has given us both affirmative, I believe.
Yep. Again, our last meeting was really dictated upon whether or not we were going to ask, the applicant for peer review or the traffic study to be studied further. And I think this board decided, I know I did at that point, that peer review probably was not necessary given the length of time we've been studying this. Again, the applicant, to his credit, has come back to us with a secondary plan that is not, again, it's not going to meet everybody's needs. That's just a reality here. It certainly is, not, again, taking into consideration those folks that have spoken here tonight at public comment, that it's going to impact them more significantly than it would if it was at Juniper and I don't know what, it's just a really tough spot here. We are jammed in here without, I don't know. I mean, it's certainly, I can't say definitively at this point where I want that intersection to be, which is frustrating, for sure. I certainly appreciate, Matt Eddy's and the applicant's willingness to look at it again after multiple, attempts to get it right. And it certainly appears, because I certainly, as I drove, I referenced the last meeting that, Pine Street, Old Stage, there aren't very few intersections where there's a four-way, and it seems to work just fine to me. So I really, leaned heavily on moving the intersection to appease the Lake Oquawket Estate neighborhoods and Juniper folks, and yet now it's not going to render Mr. Diaz and others, more negatively. So it's really, I don't know the answer. I mean, I certainly, I'm not.
And then we have the question of the sightline as well.
Yep.
If we want, more trees cleared, again, the applicant's willing to comply if that's what we want.
And there's the bend in the road that I really hadn't picked up on before, but I know from driving that road, there are two people who talked that are right close to Finney's Lane, Mr. Diaz and the woman.
She's on the corner of Great Marsh and Finney's.
Yeah.
If you look at the map, you can see both properties side by side.
And that makes opposite Juniper the preferred location to me, which, for other reasons, it seemed just intuitively and based on what was said by the experts last couple of meetings, it seems like Juniper is better. But then also the retention, stormwater retention, could that be put in vaults and level surface and?
It was originally designed to be in the vaults, but the DPW comments want us to design it this way. So it's, I don't know if it's 0 vaults, it's less vaults.
Too bad, because that would have been nice green space. At least we can blame the DPW. So.
If you want me to pick, I will. I mean, if it helps you, relieve you from the political, you're not elected, so maybe you don't care, but you have to live with these people. I do too.
I mean, do you have a rationale of one being better than the other from a
I have
livability?
look, I have pluses and minuses. I'm a little concerned about the lot in the lower left-hand corner from a marketing point of view, but that's on me. I've already spent the money of designing the engineering for the road and the stormwater for the Juniper entrance. I'll have to re-spend that money on this one. This is just an informal plan. So it's not fully engineered the way I did before, which I didn't want to, but you made me. There's some pluses and minuses to both. We went with Juniper first because that was probably a little, but these are my issues, not necessarily things that you took into account, and I can't do the calculus of the sausage of the community. So I don't know how to weigh Mrs. Temple versus Mr. Diaz.
I don't. So I guess, we have a draft comprehensive permit here. We can work on going through it, or if there's more discussion on this.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's really the question that the board needs to sort of decide if we're going to move to this position where we are in agreement that this project is going to go forward with board's opinion. I mean, public comment was pretty strong tonight in regards.
I mean, we've checked a lot of those boxes. We've relied on our town experts to give us the feedback. And
100%. I just think, again,
I'm not a water expert, but our town ComWater said that there's enough water. DPW said there's enough sewer capacity. I can't. That's on that.
I'm just saying that it feels like from public comment that would be the first bridge we should cross, in my opinion, which is, do we as a board see the viability of this project moving forward? If that's the case, then we should begin to go through the findings.
Well,
And I don't know the answer to that.
my concerns are a little more basic. One parking space per building?
Well, it's a
And-
driveway, Herb, so
and-
well, no, but it's a driveway.
So there's you
Six
heard enough-
houses per acre?
Well,
Yeah.
you heard
I've
an
had a
awful
problem
lot of
all since the
misinformation.
beginning.
No, no, no.
There's a
I'm not.
driveway. There's a driveway for 2 cars for every house as a standard for every subdivision, and we said that before, and Matt designed that on the plan. So it's 2 cars per a driveway for 2 cars, standard driveway.
But again, the question does remain, in a neighborhood, when people do have visitors, where do they go?
Right.
And again, that happens in every neighborhood. My kids park on the street of Joan Road in Centerville. When we have guests over, they come up on the berm and they pull their truck up on the curb, and that's not uncommon in subdivisions. So I don't think that's necessarily an argument that again, this is a tight subdivision, and that's really the basis of, I think, the argument here is, do we, as a board, think that 36 houses belong on 6 acres of land? And if people, but if people, again, that's really the question, and if people, I really wrestle with, do people want to live in this neighborhood in this type of density? I don't, and again, I'm not here I'm just asking myself those questions. These are questions I ask myself. I'm just, yep.
But is it equivalent to other subdivisions?
It's not. We don't have many 40B developments in the town of Barnstable. There's one by the dump. I took a ride through it. I thought it actually was quite, it was quite nice. It was on Osterville, West Barnstable Road. It was built 20 years ago. The trees have, Katuitt Meadows, okay, well, there are others maybe, but I haven't, and I actually know Katuitt Meadows too, which is down by Mashpee, correct? Yep. So again, I haven't, I did go through the one on Osterville, West Barnstable Road, and again, it's matured. So the plantings, the trees, everything has matured, and it's not unattractive. That was my opinion. Do what I want, necessarily I want to live there myself. I'm fortunate, and knock on wood, that I don't, I have a home already, but so I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. I really wrestle with the density, and I have wrestled with it from day one. This isn't something new. It's not, I'm not. What's that? I get it. I'm not, but it's not just the win I understand that. Again, I've complimented you, Mr. Egan, the entire time. We've had a very back and forth, negotiation relationship, and I appreciate everything you've done up to this point. It doesn't answer the question about whether or not this fits the proper, density for 36 homes on 6 acres of land. That's my opinion. So I don't know the answer yet, and I don't know how I'm going to get there without really sort of moving forward. And that seems to be the opinion of this board. And my opinion is we need to move this thing forward because we can only debate this for so long.
If I might just address that, I agree with Mr. Webb. You have to move this forward because you have to decide, because you have to make a decision, and time is now. I will point out that though it is not necessarily well received in the community at Cape Cod these days, Chapter 40B is a law in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We are here under that law. A project eligibility letter approving the 56 units, and then down to the 36 units, was issued by the state in compliance with that law. So what you have before you is completely complying with the requirements to be here. Now, you now have to make your decision. And again, that legal standard, is it consistent with local needs? Town of Barnstable is under 10%. There's a presumption that a project is consistent with local needs unless you have documented evidence of safety and efficient water. Everything you said that the town and the studies that you have and the peer review you have have been met. So I ask you to keep that in mind as you're deliberating, either now, before you close the hearing, or after, because that is the framework within which you are reviewing the project.
And again, I certainly agree. We are handcuffed in that regard because this is, as Mr. Singer just pointed out, sort of an approved state project. And so I guess, we can certainly deny it, and Mr. Egan can take it to the next step, and that's his decision or not, I guess, ultimately. And let I guess somebody else be the bad guy, ultimately, which is not, I'm not necessarily saying that's what I want to be, but I just,
But I also think we have to weigh in that we have negotiated something that is, we feel has gotten to a tolerable density for the town from where it began. If he wants to go to the state, he can go to.
Of course,
90
and that's,
90
yep,
he can go
100%. And that would be his prerogative, and then we would have zero control at that
We have no
point. So,
control.
again, that's where we do have a seat at the table here, and Mr. Egan has been, willing to hear public comment and work with the public through it and make concessions to what he originally proposed. And, it's.
I just want to, Mr. Webb, I hear, there's been a lot of positive support for this too. Heard from several town councilors, citizens themselves, and so
there were
I don't expect
letters
this
in
to
the
be
record.
unanimous, so.
Yeah, I know, I agree. I mean, it was, it's.
So does, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, like Aaron said, Mr. Egan has made many concessions, and we appreciate that. But I think we kind of lost sight. We've been concentrating on the road, all right? But, what really, one of my concerns is the sewer connection fee. I don't know how that was negotiated and everything, but we're all paying a lot of money, all right? And I don't understand why a different negotiation or a different settlement was arrived at. I don't know if that's something from Mr. Egan, or is that something that we take to DPW?
I mean, DPW has had their opportunity. I mean, I think one of the differences here with this project is the town is providing one connection point. The town, I assume, is not putting any of the sewer pipes into these new roads. That is all on Mr. Egan to build all of that.
I understand that, but that.
So the pipe in front of our
individual
house, when
homes-
we pay our $17,000 or
Yeah.
whatever, is put in by the town, right? The pipe that goes in front of our house.
Assessed to a maximum of 10,000, and then you got to pay a private contractor to come in and do your hookup at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever it is.
Yeah, so there's two fees that, as homeowners, that we're responsible for.
Yeah, I mean, that's-
How does that translate to this project?
It doesn't. I mean, the reality is the rest of us are required, will be, Phase 1, Joan Road, Pine Street, Phase 1, required to put sewer on my property at the expense of 17, 18,000. And I'm not saying yea or nay, I'm for it or against it, but in this particular, as a taxpayer living in this community for 30 years, new people get in and they have there's none of that expense does not apply to them. So is there, does it?
No, it's not. It's apples and oranges. We're putting in all the sewer main. It's going to be part of the road cost and the house cost. The sewer connection fee was set. I didn't negotiate anything. We asked the question and they said what it was. I was told it's statutory. It's calculated. But it's because we're putting in the infrastructure, your whatever connection fee, and as a owner of 195 Finney's, I've gotten the same letter. My sewer connection fee if I was building a house on 195 would be like $4,000. So I think I could have paid $4,000 for that, and then I have to put the sewer main through the whole project.
Yeah, I feel like in this particular project relating to sewer and moving with Larry's point is that a one-time sewer assessment fee should be mandated.
But again, the town is not building the sewer infrastructure for this project. The developer is.
Well, they've put the stub in, and again, they're going to be using the current built-in infrastructure.
One stub.
I know, but they're using the infrastructure of sewering.
Yeah.
So should they not pay a betterment fee to, use that infrastructure?
Mr. Webb, if you recall from an earlier meeting, the reason why that stub is there is because Mr. Egan.
I know. I knew this was going to come up.
And saved $500,000.
I get it. I knew that was going to come up.
So again,
yep.
It's just, there was a lot of process here.
I know there is. I get it, and I remember that well. You gave
the sewer connection fee that you're paying is to put the sewer pipe in front of your house. It's not to pay.
That's the connection fee. Right.
That's there's the betterment.
The money's going for.
There's the betterment, and then there's the connection fee.
The connection fee,
Okay,
right.
the betterment is the 10, 15 grand. And the sewer
Not doing
connection,
that?
now, the town isn't putting sewer in front of any of these houses. I am.
That's what I'm was asking.
And the betterment fee that you're paying does not cover all the other, it doesn't cover the sewer treatment plant, you're not paying it for the pump station, and neither of these people, it's. in
Part of the
pro-
expense.
Part of the,
Yeah.
it's the
Yeah.
town, it's,
Well, in the end, this is new construction, and if you bought a new house, it would have the sewer connection, and you would never see that $15,000 or $17,000 charge. So it's kind of a moot point. As far as what the cost is, whether that $15,000 goes to the DPW to divided up in the cost of going down Finney's Lane and wherever else, I'm not even sure how that works. But if you buy a new house, it's already in part of the cost of the house. So
I understand your point. I understand what you're saying.
but there's a lot of other issues here besides this.
We'll all become ratepayers too. You know, there's gonna be sewer
Ratepayers.
bills for all
Yep,
of
I
these
get
that
it.
We're gonna
Yep.
all be paying a ton for sewer.
It's just, yeah, again, it's another piece to me that certainly, is slightly bothersome. That, I have to, again, we know so.
But again, that's not our purview.
I understand that. I get it.
Had an
I-
opportunity
but
here
it's-
to
yep.
modify their policy. and
Yep,
the
it's
way
all
they-
just, again, it's just all part of the bigger picture,
Yeah.
for me at least.
Okay, so Manny, where do you want to go with this?
A little worried we're losing the forest for the trees and the leaves here, but I go back to where we started with this project, where we've landed, and the lawyer in me says, I know what the statute says, and if this board denies this, HAC's gonna reverse it, right? The town is not at the required levels for affordable housing, and given where we are, I don't agree with the law. I actually concur. Well, someone said that 40B was not well thought out, but it's the reality we live under. I think, first of all, I commend the applicant. I think we've come a long way from what was presented at the beginning. I think, is the density here perhaps more than the space can accommodate? Okay, I could be convinced of that, but it's not 56, it's 36. And I think that if we deny this, we're delaying the inevitable. It's going to be forced on us, especially given where we've come from. And I hate these cases because this board is put in the position of being experts, acting as experts for things we're not experts for. But we've heard from the town health and safety and security experts, those who have chosen to weigh in, and they haven't raised any objections. And we're in this unfortunate situation where we're picking winners and losers here. Mr. Diaz, I hear you. and I apologize if we get the lady in the back with the young children. I hear you. And we're picking between Juniper or this other entrance. You know, we sat through 3 meetings, and I didn't disagree with the applicant that aligning the intersections made some sense until the town engineer said, well, maybe unless there is a compelling reason not to. And I heard that. That the Juniper neighborhood can't support the, you can go back and forth. Are people really going to cut through? Are they not? I think they would. And those roads and that neighborhood that can't support it. Now we're forcing the burden on the folks to live across from where the proposed entrance is. I just think we need to make a decision, and I think we need to move this forward. These aren't easy decisions. This is not an easy decision by any stretch, but I haven't heard anything from the subject matter experts in this town that come and tell us water can't support it. For safety reasons, this can't be done. for health reasons, this can't be. I mean, and those are the grounds, by the way, that under 40B, we could rely on to deny, because the town is where it is in its affordable housing units. So I think we need to act on the findings. That would be, I have some concerns with those, but that's where I'm leaning.
Are you leaning towards one direction or the other with the road and the sight line?
Again, we're picking winners and losers, but I was convinced, the whole compelling argument, that the town engineer, the only person, by the way, that through this process was taking a position that's not overly unequivocal, is the town engineer, where he said, yep, the applicant's correct. Ordinarily, we would align it unless there's a compelling, the intersections, I mean, unless there's a compelling reason not to. And I heard that. The neighborhood, again, and this is complicated because I was persuaded by the comment that someone made about they're well organized and they're louder. So their voice perhaps is getting heard. Okay, I hear that, but through public comment, I heard that the intersection across from Juniper would not be ideal. But I'm fully aware that by moving it here, we're moving the deleterious impact of this onto someone else. To answer your question, I think I would be, based on everything I've heard through all these hearings, I'd be more inclined to have it be under the current proposed, the latest version. That is the way I would be leaning. Away from Juniper, and I drove it today, and I totally acknowledge that there's a bend in the road, and people coming out of this are going to be driving into, black spots. But that's the direction I think I'm leaning.
If I may, this whole location of the entrance road has become such a focal point that we really, and for 2 meetings now, is this only the 3rd? That sounds hard to believe. But there's so many other things to discuss. The retention things, with the vaults would have been better. We were going to have a playground. But back to a more fundamental, what happened to the, what was it, 2 apartment buildings? Whatever the original proposal was 1 or 2.
A single 36-unit apartment building.
Yeah. And then the detached
20
structures.
single homes.
We never discussed possibly having 1 or however many single buildings and not have all these detached structures, which I think is, we never even talked about that. I think that, density-wise, at least have duplexes or, some kind of cluster construction. Didn't talk about that. It's just 36 buildings. That's what we should be talking about. And a bunch of other
Mr.
things.
Bosniak, we're where we are because that's where I couldn't do a single 36 building or 56 because I couldn't qualify for Commonwealth Builder under that. It's only single-family home to it, and without single Commonwealth Builder, it's not economic. So we're back to what plan Mr. Webb asked me kindly to reconsider, and I held my breath, or he held his breath, and he held it longer than I did.
So even duplexes is not going to qualify for Commonwealth builders?
I thought we wanted less density. You're asking for more density now?
No, not density. Say the same number of square feet of living space, but just clustered. It would be more, and, multiple floors, 2.5 floors. You'd have more open space, more parking, but it's kind of late in the game to be talking about this, I guess. But we didn't talk about it early enough for it to be considered.
No, but I think, to Mr. Egan's point, I think we were pushed in a certain direction because of the funding sources and their requirements. So this works. The density is less than initially proposed.
Oh, much less.
Proposed as homeownership, not as rental.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've done market analysis where these units, these buildings would sell, I assume?
Yes.
Otherwise, you wouldn't be building them?
That's the.
That's this
So do we want to close public comment and move, and close the public hearing and move to findings? Is that the?
I think someone in the public wants to make a comment.
He's already spoken. but-
You've already spoken.
Just one comment.
Just really quick to the microphone.
Yeah, Ken Barron again. Just to point out that with this 40B program, I realize we're mandated by the state, and you're confined by that. So like you said, it's got to move forward one way or the other. But every time you build 100 units, it adds to the 10% amount that you have to build. So you're trying to chase a moving target. And I don't think a lot of people realize that.
No, I agree. It's not the most logical piece of law I've ever seen, but it is what it is.
So board members, are we feeling comfortable?
Well, there was something that the gentleman in the orange T-shirt in the back from Katuitt, I think it was, said, and I can't remember what it was. If you wouldn't mind coming up, I forget what the
No, it's
point
the other
was.
guy. The other gentleman in the orange
No,
t-shirt.
no, yeah. You,
Oh, this guy?
not you. You were good too, but
Oh.
Emil Diaz.
compelling, I should say.
Mr.
I
Diaz
forget-
lives right
yeah.
across from.
Yeah,
the
right next
propo-
door.
Yeah.
15
Oh,
Great
you
Marsh.
were Diaz.
Yes.
He lives right
Okay,
next
so it
door.
must have
He's-
been the curve in the road, I guess.
Yes, you look down, I believe
He
that's
lives right
east.
here.
There's a bend in the road.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can't see past that
I
bend.
drove it today.
So when you get that development entrance moving even closer to me, gives
Yeah.
me even less.
Yeah. So let me
Less
ask you, since
visibility.
I have you up here, what's the queue? The traffic must back up to at least your house
Oh, yeah,
frequently,
yes.
to the point where it's hard to get out of your
Yes.
driveway.
This is, you know,
Now, would you say, without being a traffic expert and doing, research, would you say it would back up to the new proposed location? Because that's a concern of mine, but we don't have,
Past my driveway for sure.
yeah.
It's in the mornings and in the late afternoon.
I know I'm the one that
I know it's.
thought that too much time was being put on
It's probably
it.
close to that. I don't know how much further, but it is definitely down there.
Well, thanks for reminding me what it was you were saying.
So I think we need to, move this along, as everyone has sort of said here. So we can close public comment, and we can work through the draft here tonight.
Excuse me, you had a number of people speak twice, I have one clarifying comment I'd like to make.
Sure. Just please make it quick.
Yeah.
We need to move along.
It seems, Manny in the beginning talked a lot about safety back in the other hearings. I just feel like it's being missed a little bit. It isn't right now one or the other. Right now, Juniper, forget all the other stuff about Juniper. Juniper, according to the town regulations, does not meet the standards and can't, okay? That's what I was trying to express tonight. If you do the waiver, you're taking the town regulations which are up here and going with this minimum national standard, which is typically used in lieu of a town not standing up and figuring it out themselves. Your whole code is based on that. So you're creating by doing that waiver on 80113, it isn't just about vegetation. You're creating a safety measurable, that's been measured and studied, deficiency to your own code. So I haven't heard that talked about at all, and I just wanted to get it out and make sure that's considered. And if you read the letter, I've tried to highlight it again and explain. It's a very technical thing, and I think it's a legal thing. It isn't an engineering thing. They're using this standard because Juniper will not work. It fails at every category of speed. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Matt, do you want to clarify the two?
Yeah, just for the record, that's incorrect. This is the original entrance location, and if you look, I can zoom in more. The subdivision reg that Mr. Temple's referring to is 80113, and it identifies in the regulation, it has nothing to do with stopping site distance, it has nothing to do with intersection site distance, it's a third requirement that's in the subdivision regs, and it's said right here, and I'll give it to the board, it's posted speed on the existing road. The posted speed is 30 miles per hour. The required site distance in the subdivision regs, have nothing to do with AASHTO, is 350 feet.
Yeah. And you're willing to do that. You're willing to comply with those regulations, but it will require further clearing.
Correct. And I just want to show you, too, which was part of what we resubmitted. And again, it's hard to see because the lines are on top of each other. But so this is the original entrance. There's your eye location. And that, you see the two lines? You see there's a line here. That's the 335. And then there's a dashed line after that that has the 350 feet. So we can absolutely meet the 350 feet in either direction. It's just a little bit more clearing. We're willing to do that. I just want to point out that it can be met. We could even meet it further with additional clearing, which Mr. Egan believes, if we had to, we don't need to. It's not a requirement, but we could go even further if we
You
clear
can't
over
clear
that
what's
lot.
not on your property also.
But
right?
with an easement from this landowner, which
Yeah,
he
you-
believes he could get.
Oh, okay, good.
But again, we don't need that. I'm just pointing out that it's just about the amount of clearing. You clear a little bit more, you have a little bit more site distance. So again, this plan, and that's why we did on this resubmittal with both of the entrance locations, we showed you site distances based on the AASHTO requirements and then based on the 350 from the subdivision reg, so you could see for yourself what the differences were and make a reasonable conclusion for yourselves as well. Thanks.
Keep talking about the posted speed, town regulations.
Mr. Temple, we've given you plenty of time. I'm gonna make a motion to close public comment.
Second.
All those in favor of closing public comment?
Aye.
Aye. Public comment's closed. All right. Do we want to go through, Manny, do you want to go through comments on the draft findings, or?
Yeah, it's posted, I know.
How do you want to review your comments on it?
I mean, if we're now deliberating, the legal department has prepared these, I think
That's you, right?
yeah, right. I think that's the next step. But embedded in this is, Mr. Chair, I'll defer to you. I mean, do we want to go sequentially, or do we just want people's comments?
I think we could go sequentially. I mean, if there's, we can defer to Jim too. I mean, Jim, how do you feel comfortable that we best go through it?
Yeah, I think it's important to read the factual findings. So starting on page 3, reading aloud the factual findings for the record, and so the public can hear. Obviously you can reference the conditions, though if there are additional edits to either, I would certainly, for the findings, as you're proceeding through, if somebody would like to stop and say, could we revise, you certainly could do that. And we could capture those revisions and incorporate that into an updated decision. And then obviously for conditions, as you typically do, you cite the document. But if there are amendments to the conditions that you're seeking, or you want to add additional conditions, you certainly can proceed through that. But I would definitely start with our factual findings that start on page 3, someone to read them verbatim, and then you could add any kind of additions as you're proceeding through.
So just one question. So if we don't come to a decision on this or a negative finding on this, if we don't, then basically the state is going to decide for the town?
Well,
Would that be-
so the process for 40B, if you deny the permit, it can be appealed, and that would be appealed to the state. That's that hack. It's a different hack for the public's knowledge. The Housing Appeals Court, and they will render that decision. They could approve it. They could deny it. They could agree with you. They could approve it outright, or they could remand it back to you. And ultimately, it would be up to the applicant to proceed in that manner. But yes, potentially there is some loss of control if it goes to the state.
Either way, it's better for us to resolve this now.
But,
It's cold in here.
I mean, I don't want to make the legal judgment here, Jim, but I'd appreciate your opinion. Given where the town is in its sheet inventory and numbers of affordable housing, the fact that we don't have adverse findings that from our experts, DPW, town engineer, police, fire, that says that if built, this would have this, what's your view? If this goes to hack?
Yeah.
I don't want to make you
No,
judge, but.
Understood. No, so, as you mentioned, the town isn't in compliance with 40B. We don't have our 10% we didn't have our 10% before the applicant submitted for the project eligibility. So they are locked into that. Even if we got into 10% tomorrow, they've already submitted, they've already received site eligibility. So they are proceeding forward. You are correct. If you are to deny this, it is up to this board, and we certainly can try to assist you in developing out factual findings that are detrimental. So you need to really spell out those findings to a very fine degree. That would probably run counter to what you have received to date from Com Water, Com Fire, DPW, et cetera.
That's where I'm stuck.
Jim, I have one question. If this does go to the state, could they approve something totally different than what we've been looking at? Like the original plan? Or what, I mean,
So I'm not certain of that. I'm not sure, though. It would be based on the decision that you all render here. So very likely the state's going to be looking at this plan that's before you. That doesn't mean that the applicant can't come back with a different plan later on. But very likely the state would be looking at what's before you this evening, what you render a decision on.
And they won't care about local ordinances as far as sightlines go either, right?
Safety still trumps.
Yeah, there's still safety discussion to be had, yeah, absolutely.
But again, our town engineer has said that it's acceptable.
And the
It's not like,
DPW.
if someone else, if fire or police or DPW said that, there was a concern here, we would have something to stand on, but we don't have it. And everyone has said that this is a acceptable project. All of the experts.
But I can't say, for example, that I just don't like it because it's 6 standalone houses per acre. I can't, my hands are kind of tied.
No, I think we
know,
could. As
I
a
mean-
board, we have that right, but the chances are, once it goes up on appeal.
But then it'll just come back and it'll get approved anyway.
Nope, it won't, yeah.
We've seen that happen.
We're delaying the inevitable here to a certain
Yeah.
extent. I mean, I totally
I'm
agree with the
hoping we
comment
can-
about the law. I detest it. I think 40B is.
Maybe the hill I want to die on is the underground retention storage. If that's a concession you could make. But then
We would have to make a waiver, I
then we
believe.
have
If we
to-
waive their stormwater management, which they had come in with early on with a waiver for it, and we had them comply with it. So
Well,
if
it
you
would
wanna
be
give
up
them
to
a
the
waiver for it-
RDPW then to modify their stand against it. But there's just not much that's going to change at this point, I guess.
I think our position
Yes,
as
I
a
am gonna die
town
on
would
that
be
hill.
very weak if this board finds something that's inconsistent with what the subject matter experts, DPW, COM, fire, police, have told us. It would be.
There are town experts that
All
are
right,
hired
exactly.
and
We need
paid
to
to be
rely on them.
experts.
Right.
So I think we should go through, if one board member can read page 3, our factual findings, and then I think we go back through that if there's any comments, and then maybe another board member can read page 4, and we'll do the same and so on, and work through the conditions. If there's any, I think 9 items, if we can decide if there's any concerns there. Does that work?
Sure.
Manny, is that acceptable?
That's fine. Yep, that's fine. I think when we get to it, the way this is written, it's equivocal as to where the entrance egress access is going to be placed, because they're both findings there, and frankly, I have a problem with that. That's not, to my mind, based on the evidence I heard. I think paragraph 8, we'll get to it, but paragraph 18 and 19, in my mind, can't coexist. 18 says that the juniper entrance is safe and acceptable as documented in testimony. That's inconsistent with my way of thinking, but.
Okay, well, let's just start with 1 to 9,
Yep.
and we can just check each page off, and then, so, Harb, do you want to read page 3?
Sure. Page 3, section 3, factual findings. The project will be developed on land located at 39, 51, 61, and 75 Great Marsh Road and 195 Finney's Lane and 40 Richardson Road, Barnstable, Centerville, Mass. 2, during the public hearing process, the applicant submitted revised plans showing 36 three-bedroom, single-family homes, including 35 new single-family homes and the existing single-family home at 40 Richardson Road. Revised plans included additional land increasing the total acreage from 5.8 to 6.764 acres. The board has determined that the 36-family, single-family home development on increased acreage is more appropriate for the site than the originally proposed 56 mixed-use development. 3, the site consists of approximately 6.764 acres of land that includes undeveloped land and land improved with single-family dwellings, sheds, and septic systems. All existing improvements will be removed from the site except the residential dwelling and improvements at 40 Richardson Road. The board heard testimony from the applicant and the board's traffic consultant, including the applicant's traffic impact study prepared by VHB, that the project is expected to result in approximately 28 vehicle trips during the weekday morning peak hour and approximately 33 vehicle trips during the weekday afternoon peak hour. These figures are based upon the original proposal for 19 single-family homes and 36-unit apartment building.
If I may.
Yes, you may.
The board's traffic consultant? I don't think the board had a traffic.
The
board heard testimony and the board's traffic consultant.
It says from the applicant and the board's traffic consultant. I don't think we retained a traffic consultant.
That's true.
No.
Right?
No, we didn't hear testimony either. We got comment from DPW, from our town engineer, but yeah, we did not hear from.
We did not have it.
Shall we change that wording?
So the board heard testimony from the applicant and the applicant's traffic consultant.
Yep, I think that's right.
Town engineer and.
No, from the applicant and the applicants instead of board's traffic consultant.
Well, we heard testimony from the applicant and comment from the town engineer and the applicant's traffic impact study prepared by VHB.
I don't think the town engineer weighed in on the traffic. It was not the only thing he weighed in on.
Anyone?
I think he did.
I think he did, but it wasn't the only thing he spoke to, right?
He didn't specifically, I don't think, review and make a comment on the traffic study itself.
Okay, so we'll strike board's traffic consultant either way.
So the board heard testimony from the applicant and the applicant's traffic consulting, including the applicant's traffic impact study.
Okay.
I think let's leave it there.
That the project is expected to, 36-unit apartment building. Okay, 5. In June of 2026, the applicant submitted a revised traffic impact study showing the 36-family home project is expected to result in approximately 30 vehicle trips during the weekday morning peak hour and 37 vehicle trips during the weekday evening peak hour. 6, the project shall connect to the town of Barnstable municipal sewer and water systems. 7, stormwater management has been designed in compliance with the Massachusetts Stormwater Management Standards, the Massachusetts Stormwater Management Handbook, and the town's Stormwater Management Ordinance and Rules and Regulations. The system incorporates best management practices to facilitate total suspended solids removal, infiltration, and detention of stormwater flows. 8, the board finds, yes.
If I may. So there is not a request for a waiver regarding the stormwater management.
No. Yeah, that's been gone for
There
a
was
while,
at
I
one
think.
point.
There was, yeah, just
From
make
the
sure.
town.
Yep, okay.
Yeah.
Just to that point, I just want to call out, and you'll get to it maybe later, but there is one conditioning that the town engineer review and approve the stormwater per our local standards. I believe it's like condition 18 or something like that, but just so you know. And also on number 6.
But that's construction as opposed to design.
They will review the design of the stormwater, or excuse me, of the drainage system
Yeah,
prior to.
Yep, we're saying the same thing.
And then number 6, if we could just, the town of Barnstable municipal sewer system and calm water system, just wanted to correct that for the record.
Calm.
Thank you.
And that's including the Richardson Roadhouse, the existing home is connecting to sewer, correct? Right? Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Doing great.
that's okay. Interrupt anytime you want. You haven't, said something annoying so far.
Give me time.
No, you won't. 8, the board finds that the conditions imposed in section 4 of this decision are necessary to address local concerns. The board finds that such conditions will not render the project uneconomic. To the extent that such conditions may render the project uneconomic, as defined in 760 CMR 56.02, the board finds that the local concerns outweigh the potential benefits of the proposed affordable units. 9, the board finds that the endorsement...
Hold on, Herb, I'm sorry. I need clarification on that. Can somebody help me with that language? To the extent that such conditions may render the project uneconomic, as defined in 7060, blah, blah, blah. The board finds that the local concerns outweigh the potential benefits of the proposed affordable units.
I'll try, but maybe Jim can weigh in. It's legal surplusage we need to the extent any conditions the board imposes renders the project uneconomic. We need to say that it is because the potential benefits of complying with local needs outweigh it.
And I think that's right in 760 CMR 56.
I think it's belts and suspenders.
And again, town council put it in for exactly that reason.
Yeah.
Which is, again,
Is if you rendered if you rendered a condition cutting the density in half.
I can't, you guys use the microphone on? I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, oh, it's on, okay. If you made a condition, let's say you cut the density in half, and we said, that's uneconomic, we can't build the project, and we would say that, you would be saying, we think that outweighs the potential benefit of the units. We'd be saying, no, it's uneconomic. We appeal, and I think that would be a strong appeal for us. What this says, as Mr. Alves mentioned, is town council saying that pick a condition. I think the condition that there'll be no waiver from the one Jim mentioned. There'll be no waiver from stormwater. You have to comply and you have to go to, if we said, no, that's uneconomic. You're saying here that, no, we feel that's not uneconomic. It's you telegraphing to the state, if there was an appeal, that you felt that that condition about complying with the stormwater was economic.
Is outweighed by local concerns.
Is outweighed,
It's
right.
more, yeah,
Whatever
more
that
important.
concern was.
Yep.
Okay.
Is that good? Do you understand?
No, but that's okay. I mean, it's just confusing the way it's
one of those
worded there.
things
It's
that's
just,
hidden. I found it when I was first reading through all the voluminous,
yeah, I've been hung up on that one from the get-go.
Yeah,
I
the
just don't
uneconomic
understand that
thing.
wording, that it said that the board finds that the local concerns outweigh the potential benefits. Again,
yeah, that's our ability to, have some say. So going on to 9, the board finds that the endorsement of the proposed subdivision plan dividing the property into 36 lots is necessary and appropriate to facilitate the construction of this project. And 10, who would like to pick it up from here?
I'll do it.
Yeah?
Sure.
The board,
I would go boy, girl, but that won't work.
the board finds that the site development plans showing the locations and outlines of proposed buildings, the proposed locations, general dimensions, and materials for streets, drives, parking areas, walks, and paved areas, and proposed landscaping improvements in open areas within the site comply with EOHLC regulations, including 760 CMR 56.04, paragraph 2.
Do we have compliance with that?
I'm relying that the legal team is,
Okay.
I don't know.
Attorney Singer, do you have compliance with it? I mean, we don't have full design plans, so I don't know. We don't have landscaping areas. I mean,
Right. Well, there is a sample landscaping lot plan that was in the earlier submission that you requested. The EOHLC guidelines require preliminary plans, and in this case, you have much further developed plans. And so we believe that what you have, that this is an accurate statement. There will be, and as Jim mentioned, when you get to the conditions, there will be full building plans that will eventually be submitted to the building department, which are going to have to be reviewed and accepted and building permits issued. So these are the findings. The conditions will then cover what comes later.
so the building department would make sure that it was in compliance with 760.
The building department will ensure compliance with town regulations. The state, so we have a project eligibility letter. The applicant has to go back for a final project eligibility letter after the fact. They give them those plans at that point, so the state would be issuing that when they issue the final PEL.
Okay.
Move on?
Yep.
Are you seeking a waiver from site plan review? Because the next one speaks to that.
The answer is yes. You're the planning board, your site plan review. That's why one of them on the other page, ultimately you'll be signing a definitive subdivision plan once Matt does it at the end. And site plan review, that's part of what you're doing. It's part of what you have been doing throughout this process.
Okay. Paragraph 11, the board finds that the performance requirements of Barnstable zoning ordinance Article 9 site plan review have been met or a waiver has been requested.
Is it necessary to waive that? Like, why not? Why is it not going to site plan review? I mean, it's single-family home, so it's not required anyways, but these are single-family homes, so why
is this
it
number
even
11?
required? Yeah.
I got lost. Town council wanted that in his belt and suspenders. I mean,
Site
I
plan
don't know if she's
review,
here, but.
Jim, site plan review is not required for a single-family home.
No, but this is a subdivision. I think it's viewed differently.
Right, so yeah, this is the subdivision. However, I believe they've already gone early on for site plan review. Certainly could make a condition that they return for that final plan if you so chose. Again, it would be kind of a similar process where the building commissioner is going to ask the town engineer, the planning department, et cetera, for the very same comments that you have received to date.
If I could just clarify one thing, I don't completely agree with that. The applicant went to site plan review, the site plan review team on an informal basis. Formal, anything local permitting with a committee, only you can do formal. The applicant could agree to go back to another informal site plan review. I'm not sure why you would, why we would need it, because you're looking at it. But it's not, it was done informally, not formally.
But we have a formal site plan review process with town staff. That's what you're getting a waiver from. You're asking for a waiver from.
Correct, and that's what number 11 is.
But why do you need a waiver from that? Why can't you go to town staff when you guys go for?
Well, we did already. I mean,
you went to
Informally.
Well, some projects only require informal, not all projects require formal site plan review. So we went to informal. I don't remember what the report that came out of it was, but I would say, and I had this conversation with town council, I thought we were done with that process. She, again, suggested, I'll defer to Jim on that, but my recollection of the conversation was she suggested keeping it in.
Again, at the risk of sounding like I'm editorializing here, site plan review process actually works better than this. Because
well, yeah, because all the
folks
department
in
heads
the
are
room.
there
Exactly.
and can all
as opposed
decide
to
if-
us asking for input and hearing, infrequently or not at all.
I mean, again, it just gets the details done on whatever, where the fire hydrants are going and stuff, but.
All right, paragraph 12.
So wait, but let's not move on if there's concern here. It says that site plan review has been met or a waiver has been requested and granted. So is this board in agreement that we are granting the waiver?
Yeah, horses left the barn.
Well, I don't want to, I mean, I don't want to just move, I don't want to just move on just because we
Right,
want to,
because
you
you're
know.
saying it leaves an open question.
Well,
No, we just need to decide.
it's,
So we
well,
should
yeah, we got to
decide
complete
here.
the sentence, and that's the question. Again, we didn't, you know, we're just, I don't think we've
I hear ya.
completed number 11, we're just moving on to number 12. For sake of, I don't, you know, no, I'm not trying to put this on you, Manny, I'm just,
No, I
the
hear ya.
board in general,
Has a waiver been requested?
and, well, it's been
Waiver was
requested,
requested.
but has it been granted by this
So
board?
we have to decide if we want
Yeah.
to grant that.
So,
I mean, it's not going to make it uneconomical that they go to site plan review.
Nope,
So-
doesn't seem like it's going to make it,
It's not a question of economics. I'm concerned here that it's illegal. Yeah, because.
That's how I roll. That's your point.
Right, you're it. You're the planning board, you're the conservation commission, you're site plan review. And so we went informally as a courtesy, and I think it made, to your point, I think it was very helpful early on in the process to do that. But there's nothing to go back for.
well, then
The
why
ne-
would we need a waiver?
Take it out. I mean, again, this is a fine, yeah, I'm happy with you taking it out. Yeah, I'm.
Yeah,
we
okay.
didn't- we didn't suggest
Well,
it.
again, that goes back to the board then. Is this worth being written as constituted, or should we just remove it? If we don't feel like they need to go back to site plan review, why are we granting a waiver that doesn't make any sense?
I would strike that. You agree?
Just strike it? Jim, are you comfortable, do you think Jan's comfortable if we strike it? Or? Because our ordinance says that they have to go to site plan review.
Well, it needs to be resolved one way or the other. Because we are site plan review.
But we're not. I mean, I guess,
It's not a discretionary board, it's a town staff board.
I would suggest that if you wanted to change this finding, you could say something to the effect of the board finds that the performance requirements of Barnstable zoning ordinance article and site plan review have been met as the zoning board has reviewed this project as the site plan review committee, and that the applicant has submitted and has gone through site plan review through the informal process. If that's what you wish to do, we could edit that finding. I wouldn't strike it altogether. I think it's important for the record.
Well, that the waiver has been requested and granted, I would say to strike that.
Right, because we're suggesting that it has gone through an informal process and you are the site plan committee as the local board, if that's the direction you wish to go.
Okay, so we're ending it at met and striking the last.
and not adding any of the language that Jim suggested? Guess we're not doing this tonight.
I think just leave it as.
well,
I mean-
again, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but does Barnstable zoning ordinance, Article number 9, site plan review, require a project such as this to go before formal site plan review?
Yes.
So then it hasn't been met.
No, we are it. They came to
Yeah,
us.
okay, well,
40B, you're it.
you're it.
40B says we
Comprehensive-
stand.
So then, okay, so if we're site plan review in this case, it's been met.
Yep,
So
yep. 40B says we basically stand in the place of all town boards, committees, and
okay.
so on.
So I think then, or a waiver has been requested and granted should be stricken.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Paragraph 12, the board preliminarily finds that the stormwater management shown on the approved plan and associated drainage analysis has been designed to meet the stormwater management standards set by the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection. The standards include removing solids from the stormwater and reducing rates of runoff from the site. The applicant has agreed to further review by the Barnstable Department of Public Works as conditioned herein. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
13, the board finds that the qualities of the natural environment were considered and there were discussions and plan revisions to preserve and or mitigate impacts to the natural environment.
I don't know if we've gotten that.
I don't know about that one. I'm not sure I agree with that finding.
I don't agree with it either. I don't see what changes they've made based on that.
I mean, we don't have a tree plan. We didn't get a tree plan, right? No.
Nope.
Conservation Commission,
I believe they did. Conservation did weigh in. But
Barnstable
that's,
historic, I thought. Barnstable, what a one sentence.
No, Conservation Commission had no input, basically.
well, because they're looking if it's in wetlands.
Correct. They were looking for jurisdictional area. So yes, they have provided comment as well as BHC had provided comment.
I'm not comfortable with 13.
So is that a requirement that that be in there, Jim, that we've reviewed something of that nature, or we can just strike it?
If the board wishes, they can certainly strike it, or you could modify this to say, there several waivers have been requested, and so the board is unable to make this finding or something to that nature.
Or we could request that some sort of study was done and all efforts to mitigate impacts are performed, or we can't do that? We have to be more specific.
I just don't think there were.
No,
Maybe I'm
not.
wrong. I'll ask the applicant. Were there specific plan revisions to preserve and or mitigate impacts to the natural environment?
There were revisions that increased the street buffer. There was the landscape plan, a model lot per lot plan showing tree and plantings. Again, those were the changes that were made throughout the process, just in response to your question.
But you submitted a plan. Was it revised specifically to preserve and or mitigate impacts to the natural environment?
When we first applied, you didn't have that plan. We prepared that plan because you requested it. So that was a change, even giving you that plan at the point that we did was a subsequent revision. Again, I'm not speaking to the finding, I'm just trying to address your question.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
So do we strike it, or do you want to edit it? Larry wasn't comfortable with it.
I think it should end at revisions, because I don't know what they did to preserve, mitigate impacts, and what constitutes the natural environment.
Where's my comment?
Make sure your microphone's on.
Sorry. I would strike any, to preserve and mitigate impacts on the natural environment. What is the natural environment? And B, what did they do to preserve or mitigate the impacts?
I'm not sure that what's left then makes sense.
I think we just strike the whole thing.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Or just leave it as the board finds the qualities of natural environment were considered. I mean, they were considered. I mean, it doesn't. Yeah, they were loosely considered. I mean, whatever adjective you want to put in front of it, or not considered, I guess, ultimately, but.
If I might, Mr. Chair, just please don't forget the fact that you have a stormwater management plan that complies with all local regulations. That is a mitigation for the natural environment. That is trying to protect. So there is that.
But that's addressed in the prior finding, right? I mean,
And
that's 12.
And required.
This seems to be additive, so
I think just strike it.
I think we strike it.
Strike it.
All right. 14, the board finds that the applicant has cooperated with the board in the density and layout of the project, as well as the design of adequate landscape buffers through plantings and fence screening.
Did we end up with a fence across the back? Yes. In between, okay, the memory care home?
I'm okay with that one.
Yep, I would certainly agree.
Yes, that's fine.
15, the board finds that the illumination of the proposed lighting for the development in accordance with the photometric plan provided shall not trespass on abutting properties. Any exterior building and street lighting shall be consistent with the dark sky standards, shielded and directed downward to maintain lighting on the site.
Did we have a lighting plan?
A photometric plan?
Do we have a plan?
We didn't have a photometric plan.
No, I don't recall a photometric plan.
No.
Yeah, I would, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that one, we remove the first sentence in its entirety. So any exterior building and street lighting shall be consistent with dark sky standards, shielded and directed downward to maintain lighting onto the site.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's not a finding, that's a condition, then.
Or both, you can do it for both. We could add it to the condition.
Okay.
Wait, what just happened?
We just took the first sentence out, so it just now says.
What is it?
Any exterior building.
And we're going to add it as a condition later on?
It reads like a condition.
It certainly reads like a
Well, it could
condition.
say the board finds that any exterior building,
We can't find that something will be. We could say
well,
that.
it shall be consistent. Oh, yeah, we don't have the plan, so how can we?
There is a note on the plans that does speak to that, to the exact quote there that is in the plans that said it'll be sky, dark sky compliant, meet the town zoning, lighting requirements, et cetera. There is
Why don't we
a note
keep
on
it
the
here
plan.
and add it as a condition as well?
But I still think we take the first
Sentence out. Correct.
Yeah, I
Take
think
the
keep
first
it here
sentence
and we'll
out, keep
condition
it,
as
and
well.
add it as a condition.
Yes.
Okay.
So we leave in any exterior building, et cetera.
16, the board has determined through detailed analysis of the following documents that the project has adequate access. Turning template plan as shown on sheet C3.3 of the site plans.
Yeah, I think we have all that.
Is this from the fire department? No.
Well, it was for the fire department. It's their truck turning radius.
Right. Yep.
Is that approved by the fire department?
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
So does that need to go into this finding?
I'm sorry?
As approved by the fire department, should that go into this finding?
You mean just put a clause at the very end, say comma, after plans as approved by the fire
Yeah,
department?
as long as they are referenced. They approved it, we didn't. Again, we relied on the experts.
Yeah, if I could offer, that's a good point. They wouldn't be approving it though, but we could state something to the effect of they have reviewed and found it acceptable. They being Comfire.
So after the semicolon, ComFire has reviewed and found acceptable the turning template plan shown as CC, blah, blah, blah. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Well, except the C3.3 we have shows
Well-
the alternative location for the access road in.
We're just about to get into that.
Yeah, so,
Good point, Herb.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the next one.
Mr. Eddy, did they approve both Juniper Road access points and,
They approved the initial where it was off of Juniper. You actually have the letter in your file, which has several points. The revised entrance was submitted to them about 2 weeks ago. I did not receive any response from them, but I do not anticipate the turning access into the site and through the site is practically identical to what the prior layout was.
and there was no change to that
And there's
turnaround?
no change to that turnaround. And part of the four revised plan sheets before you has, one of them is the turning template plan that shows the tower truck, circulating through the subdivision, and the emergency, second egress is unchanged.
Gotcha. Yep. Okay.
And just real quick to add, and I know again we'll get to it, but under G4 in conditions, we do reflect that for ComFire to review and deem that acceptable. And just as backing up a little bit, we do have a condition for exterior lighting as dark sky compliant as well.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. 17, the board acknowledges concerns raised by the abutters to the property and other interested parties about the project's initial density and potential impacts on traffic and the surrounding neighborhood, including concerns that some nearby residents expressed about the access to the property being located across from Juniper Road to create a four-way intersection on Great Marsh Road. I think the word "on" dropped off. Does that read right?
Yeah, I think on or at.
Or at? Yeah, yep. I agree with that. Thoughts, comments?
I think
Well,
that's fine.
We've acknowledged it, but it doesn't
Yeah.
say what our decision is.
Right, which is the
Yeah.
next paragraph, and I think this is the one I had concerns about. I'll read it as written, and then we can discuss. After consideration of all materials submitted and testimony provided, the board finds that the access proposed by the applicant creating an intersection on Great Marsh Road across from Juniper Lane is safe and acceptable, as documented in testimony and materials submitted by the applicant and in written peer review submitted by both the Barnstable Department of Public Works and the Cape Cod Commission.
Mr. Alves, if I might suggest before you discuss it, also read 19 because it's integral to 18.
I know. That's the alternative, but I do think before we
So
jump.
one of them's going to get, we're going to strike one of them? Is that sort of the idea?
Well, I mean, I think there's problems with 18 as already too. I mean, we didn't have a peer review.
Yep.
We didn't have comments from Cape Cod Commission.
Yep.
On that?
Yeah, you have comments from both the Cape Cod Commission and DPW.
They would.
It's a stretch to say the Cape Cod Commission really gave us, it is,
They
though.
did not say
I mean,
safe and acceptable.
It was general.
It was
It was
a stretch, in my opinion. Anyway, I don't think, I hear what Attorney Singer's saying, but at the same time, I don't know how we move on from, well, let's read 19, I guess, and see what, if they don't make
All right.
better sense.
At the request of the board, the applicant also submitted an alternative curb cut on Great Marsh Road closer to the intersection with Finney's Lane and an updated traffic impact and analysis study that includes sightline analysis of the alternative curb placement. Based on the updated traffic impact and analysis study, the board finds that the alternative curb cut placement is also safe and acceptable. The board's preferred entrance is the alternative option offset from Juniper as proposed in this alternative.
So in essence, 18 would get, if the board decides we like the alternative, then 18 gets cropped.
Which begs the question, why 18's? Well, there's some inaccuracies in the language in 18, so I guess we should parse it out.
And I would suggest it's important to reference something in 18 because there is nobody, again, to your point, none of the subject matter experts on either our side of the table or your side of the table have found Juniper to be not safe
Yeah, so
and
we could stop
acceptable.
it at safe and acceptable, period.
That would be fine.
Right? So 18 can be changed now, in my opinion, to after consideration of materials submitted, and then it goes down to Great Marsh Road across from Juniper Lane is safe and acceptable. Period. It's documented that it's safe and acceptable. That's certainly been
Yes.
proven. As documented, yeah. In testimony materials submitted by applicant.
Well, the Department of Public Works and the Cape Cod Commission did weigh in on that.
Yeah, but it wasn't very specific to that particular item. I mean, it's true the Cape Cod Commission weighed in, I can call it that.
Yeah, Ms.
I think just leave it there. I think just leave it there. It was acceptable.
Okay. So strike everything after the word acceptable? Is that what I'm hearing?
Just a clerical error, Juniper Road. And we're happy to period and strike the balance of that.
So it's not lane, it's road.
Correct.
Correct.
Juniper Road.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I think that.
Who's playing Scrivener here? Are you?
Jenna.
I'm not sure. I heard that we,
I think period after acceptable. That's my
okay,
thought. But
all right. And 19 says that the board's preference is the alternative.
that's the decision we have to.
Is that a
consider,
finding?
Do we vote on that?
Yeah.
Can non-voting, only the people assigned can really vote on that?
I mean, we can debate it. I don't know if we have to have a vote. Jim, do we have to have a vote on it? No, we just need to. The vote's going to be.
Got to
on the
make a
whole thing.
decision.
Yeah, I think it's important that this finding is stated one way or the other, though,
Yes.
so that you have direction there. But no, you don't need to take a vote on the individual finding.
I mean, where are people leaning?
Well, we're going to have to
Larry?
agree, vote or not.
Yeah,
Right.
up or down, but if
Yeah.
you don't agree with one of these items, speak now, because we're going to be voting on the entire
Whole thing.
package. Yeah.
No, as amended, it's fine with me.
Okay, Aaron?
So you like the
The new spot, the new-
alternative
The
location?
offset.
Personally, I don't, and it's not personally, logically, I don't like it. We're not talking about a major, it's not like Bursa's Way and Route 28. It's, I don't know, and the proximity to Finney's Lane of the alternative, it's going to get in the way of the traffic at peak times. It's really,
I don't like the curve in the road.
The curve,
On
the
other
sight
one,
line,
that-
too.
You lose a little bit of sight line, but I'm sort of indifferent.
Do we know the distance, I'm sorry, Mr. Reddy, do we know the distance from the offset driveway to Great Marsh to the stop sign?
Stop sign at Finney's?
Yeah.
It's about, we shifted the entrance about 260 feet from Juniper, so that's about 260 over from where it was. And then I was looking at, don't quote me exactly on this, but I want to say it's about 550 feet to the stop sign at Finney's Lane, which is, in my opinion, and Randy, I'd like Randy to maybe speak to that, but it's from a queuing standpoint and so forth, I think it's more than adequate. Would you agree, Randy? If that's what your question is as to the queuing at the stop sign, right?
Sorry?
That's what your question generally is as to the queuing at the stop sign? Yeah, I'm
Yep.
not saying that as an
so in
issue at
either of your
500.
views, then the alternative is also as
I-
acceptable?
I believe, and I believe Randy believes, he's nodding his head, that the new entrance and the prior entrance, both are acceptable and safe from an engineering standpoint.
Yeah. I was persuaded by the,
Then I no longer have a preference.
okay. All right, 20.
Oh, so we're just going to skip over it? Okay.
Can we write it that way?
We're just going to come back to it?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I thought
I
we
think
had
we
agreed.
can-
Oh, did we agree?
I don't know.
What did we agree?
That is the preference of the board.
The second alternative.
As written.
Yeah, I would agree with that's what we agreed.
That Larry felt that way. Did you feel that way? I didn't get that.
I'm in agreement.
Okay. I mean, you're in agreement, and Herb and I are
I'm
indifferent.
in opinion. Are you
I'm indifferent.
indifferent?
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
well,
See,
I mean,
It's up to Paul.
yeah, this, wait a minute. Did we
no,
pull-
it's up to Deborah.
We have to pull
Yes.
Deborah.
I'm not sure about the waiver.
Make sure your microphone's on.
I'm not sure about the waiver, but I can agree to the location being moved down a bit.
The alternative, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's decided.
Right, which, by the way, I thought somewhere in here, it makes reference to an Exhibit A, which is the list of waivers. But there's no Exhibit A.
It did not make it into this packet. It's the same list that we submitted previously, plus the one we're proposing for this evening, which you'll have to decide whether you agree or not. But that's what Exhibit A would be. It would be the original waiver list, or the most recent waiver list that Anna has, plus, if you agree, the one we submitted for tonight.
But where, I read it earlier, and I saw the reference to Exhibit A in this document. Where is that?
Where is the waiver list?
There is, I read it someplace.
I believe it's in the conditions, Mr. Alves.
Yeah, but we,
Because somewhere
it's
it
in the-
talks about granting the waivers herein.
okay, well, okay.
But the revised waivers page is accurate. That has all of them.
Except for the one that the standalone one that we were discussing tonight, that's the only new one to what you previously had.
What do you watch? Oh, nice.
I can't remember the date on it, and it was yeah, okay, yeah. Is it section 5? Condition 5. Condition 5. Oh, A5, condition A5 on page 6. Jim just pointed out, that's where the waivers are, that's where Exhibit A
Is referenced.
You're getting close to it.
All right, good now. Are we ready for paragraph 20?
Mm-hmm.
The board finds that the conditions imposed below address local and regional housing needs while properly protecting issues of local concern. The board further finds that the conditions detailed below appropriately address these matters of local concern in a manner that outweighs the regional need for affordable housing. Okay, this is back to that.
This is the same confusing condition that we had that
Yep.
conversation. Yeah.
The board, 21, the board finds that the construction of the project as conditioned will be consistent with local needs. And then there's a list of documents provided.
Mr. Chairman, just real quick before we go to the list of documents, if I may offer one additional finding if the board agrees. The board finds that the mix of affordable housing included or proposed, including Commonwealth Builder Program, is preferred.
Yes.
Thank you.
That will be 22? Yes. So the list becomes 23. And Jim, are you the official scrivener here? Okay, okay.
Just a point of clarification, since you struck number 13 before, there'll still only be 22 conditions even with this new one. It'll just be renumbered.
Gotcha. Not scrivener. All right, I will pass on the conditions for someone else to read.
I'm up.
Or Larry, either, you're.
So, am I picking up at 22?
No, you're picking up at 1.
Oh, 1, gotcha.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just real quick, it's wholly at the discretion of the board. You may reference the conditions. You may go through and just highlight, condition 1, does anybody have concerns? Condition 2, does anybody have any concerns? Given that there's 10 pages or what have you. It's wholly up to the board how you wish to proceed with that.
Appreciate you wanting us to get out of here.
We still have an hour and 10 minutes.
Thank you,
Jeff. You want to just go,
It just seems like, again, I don't want to miss anything.
Yeah, no, I agree.
mean, and so I have not reviewed
so let's
these
go,
in
let's
their
do
entirety.
1 to 6, go through 1 to 6 and there, just conditions.
Okay. Section 4, conditions, general conditions. The holder of this comprehensive permit is Great Marsh Development LLC. The site consists of the property located at 39, 51, 61, and 75 Great Marsh Road, 195 Finney's Lane, and 40 Richardson Road, Barnstable, Centerville, Mass. The project is defined as all features shown on the plans listed below in Condition 2 and is otherwise required by this comprehensive permit.
Fine with that.
Condition number 2, except as may be provided for in the following conditions, the project shall be constructed substantially in conformance with the following plans, which shall collectively be referred to as the approved plans. So,
I only had one.
So again, we have to decide, we're referencing these plans now. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I did want to highlight that the site plan as referenced in your draft is this plan that you see before you on the screen.
which is
the offset.
3.0.
3.0. C 3.0? Yep.
Yep. We date the first set of plans, but not the other ones. I think for ease of reference, it would be really good if these were dated. Maybe
So-
that's
So the plan that's before you is dated last revised June 17th, 2026.
Yep,
So
that one is.
And so if you wish to proceed with this, I would offer that we strike that last line in the site plan where it says the site distance plan, original location, C 3.4, because that's where it lines up with Juniper. That's that plan.
So there's no revised version of 3.4.
Right, so it would be as written, site plans, master plan layout dated January 9, 2025, and last revised June 17, 2026, and then as it continues on.
So which one are we referring to for our sightline visibility?
So that's in this document here.
Right.
So that's what
so
the
then we're
last
going with
revised.
The 290 feet then.
Right. So the last revised June 17th is going to be the document we would refer to if this were to proceed.
Right. So then we're moving towards giving that waiver then, is what we're agreeing to. Everyone?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's impossible to read.
Waiver.
It's right there. It's right there, it's impossible.
The
to
newest
read.
The new
waiver.
location.
Top line.
No, the sightline
Yeah, we
waiver.
agreed on the
I thought we didn't,
So I'm asking right now as we refer to these plans.
I don't think are we giving a waiver for the sight line? I don't think we have to, right?
We don't have to, we have to decide that. That's
I
what
mean,
I'm-
that's not necessary.
Well, then we have to.
You don't have to decide it yet. So on that plan, we'd have to go to the plan. Matt shows both.
Yep.
Both are shown on the plan. So whether
Okay.
you're approving the plan, later on you'll either approve or not the waiver.
Yep.
I think when we come to the reference to Exhibit A, which is the list of waivers, we'll have that conversation.
Correct.
Well, in either location of the access road, which we've now decided is going to be the revised one.
Right, so this
There's no waiver needed for that one either. Not
Well,
that
no,
we're-
the same. So if you went to C 3.4, which Matt had up earlier, it shows both the waiver site distance and the full site distance. So it's on the plan for
It's
your
got both line
consideration.
of sight at 350 and
Right.
But we
290.
satisfied whatever it was.
You're not agreeing to the waiver, though,
12.3.
through this finding is
We
all,
don't.
or this
That's why
condition.
they're asking for the
You then have to decide
Just to
later.
clarify, we don't need the waiver, though.
We're going to
I
get to
mean,
that. We're going to make that decision.
Okay.
But this is just referring to the plans, but we're set. Thank you for the clarification. Keep going, Aaron.
Okay. So are we done with the highlighted part?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Number 3, approval is limited to the improvements as noted on the approved plans and as may be conditioned herein. Any changes to the approved plans must be approved by the board in accordance with 760 CMR 56.05, paragraph 11, as may be amended or recodified. If, after reviewing the proposed changes to the approved plans, the board determines that it requires technical or expert advice, it may, at the applicant's expense, retain consultants to review and revise the board as needed to assist the board in rendering a decision on the proposed changes.
Yep.
We're good? As required by law and the subsidizing agency, the applicant shall be a limited dividend organization and comply with the limited dividend requirements of MGL Chapter 40B, Section 20, and otherwise limit its profits as required under MGL Chapter 40B as determined by the subsidizing agency. And any excess profits shall be paid by the applicant and distributed or escrowed for reserves as required by the subsidizing agency and in accordance with applicable law, regulations, and/or guidelines. The applicant has requested waivers from the Town of Barnstable zoning ordinance and from other applicable local regulations. In review of the relief requested, the board found that certain waivers may be granted. In issuing this comprehensive permit, the board has waived compliance with the sections of the Code of the Town of Barnstable and Cape Cod Commission as set forth on Exhibit A, attached hereto, and incorporated herein by reference. No waivers are granted from requirements that are beyond the purview of General Law, Chapter 40B, Sections 20 through 23. No waiver of permit or inspection fees has been granted. Any subsequent revision to the approved plans that require additional or more expensive waivers of any local bylaws or regulations must be approved by the board in accordance with 760 CMR 56.05, Chapter 11.
Now we have the conversation.
Yes.
The sight line.
So where is the attachment?
It's what was.
It was what was submitted for 1.
Yeah.
It was April 1 plus the latest.
Yep. And,
It's in the meeting materials.
yep.
It's not printed.
Oh, it's not printed, I'm sorry. Yep, gotcha.
So do we want to go through each of those items? Is that,
No, it's not there. It's in the meeting materials.
it's under revised waivers. It was dated April 1, I think.
In which meeting?
Under revised submission. And then if you go to revised waivers. So I think that had removed the,
Oh, man.
I can read them if we want to go through them.
Yeah, I have.
All right, so the first one was review of buildings over 75 years old prior to demolition.
Okay, where are you? I'm sorry, I wanted to be, you're in the revised?
Revised submission and then
Yep.
revised waivers.
Oh, yeah, I see it, gotcha, sorry.
So review of buildings over 75 years old prior to demolition. Removal of 3 houses, that's the 3 houses at 39, 51, and 61 Great Marsh Road.
Yep, and we heard from,
We heard from Barnstable Historic.
Yep.
They didn't care.
didn't care.
Scenic roads, removal of street trees along Great Marsh Road as necessary to construct subdivision roadway. So that's that's where we get into the sight line. You know, if we want the bigger sight line, more trees have to go. But we're giving a waiver. Either way.
I agree that this relates to the sightline, and I'll be blunt. I mean, given the applicant's ambivalence on this, my view is comply with the reg.
Yeah,
Which reg,
801
the town of Barnstable?
Town of Barnstable, 80113, right? Comply with that.
So
I agree.
the 350 feet.
I disagree, personally. I want the scenic road to remain as scenic as possible. I want there to be as little disruption to the layout of Great Marsh Road as currently constituted. And by requiring the town's subdivision plan will only require more destruction of the roadway as currently constituted.
I just worry there's a bend in that road that creates a dark, or I don't know.
A blind spot.
I want this to be just as nondescript as possible. So, but again, in my opinion, you're coming out of the new development and taking a right. So you're only looking left. And that's a greater, am I correct that that's
Also,
a greater?
the person coming down Great Marsh Road in a car going 40 miles an hour or whatever it said.
Well, they won't be.
Can't see them.
They'll be slowing down for Finney's Lane at that point, practically speaking.
No, but I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but.
There's a sidewalk there, so there's potentially pedestrians who could be on that corner who should be more visual.
Make sure your microphone's on.
See it from the street.
Turn your mic on. I mean, we're weighing safety with, I agree, what you're saying has merit. Keep it as undisturbed as possible. I get it, but
Can I point of clarification?
Yeah.
You're talking about 2 different things right now. One is the waiver you just read was to remove trees from the scenic road. We need that to create the new road. So we need that waiver. The second thing you're discussing is site distance. Do we clear more trees? So what we're requesting is that we still need the waiver
Chapter 1A
for scenic road tree removal, because otherwise we can't create the road. But the second one you're talking about, the site distance, you can say no on that one, but we do need this one just to be able to get into the land.
So it's the Chapter 180
Chapter
scenic
180
roads.
we need.
Gotcha.
80113 we don't necessarily.
Okay. So I think we can move on to, we'll talk further about the
sightline.
The sightline waiver. Okay, so then we're moving to zoning ordinance. Minimum lot area density to allow 36 single-family homes on 6.76 acres with lot sizes ranging from 5,005 square feet to 8,606 square feet, with minimum lot width of 30 feet, lot shape factor 35, front setback 20 feet, side setback 7.5, rear setback 10, front landscape setback 0, side landscape setback 0, rear landscape setback 0, and the FAR to allow up to 50%.
I mean, the project's built, assumes this.
Yes.
Right? It's like without these,
Yes.
the design doesn't work.
And then there's just street tree spacing they're requesting 1 tree for 55 feet where 1 in 30 feet is required. I don't know what the justification on that was.
That was the
If
spacing of
lots
the
are-
driveways and lots, correct?
But wouldn't that be 1 tree per lot?
That's correct. That's what it comes out to, about 1 tree between the, the width of the lots plus the driveway area. You're not getting 2 trees per lot, which would be your, 1 per 30. That's the justification.
So is that, I mean, are we really stuck at 1 tree per 55? We can't be at 1 tree per 40? How wide are the lots? The lots are 35, no,
That's just geometry.
30 feet. The lots are 30 feet.
Mr. Chairman, I think our landscape plan adds another decorative tree inside on the lot itself, and then there's shrubbery around and buffer zone. And
Okay, just making sure it's necessary. Site plan review, erection of a freestanding sign. That's just 1 sign naming the development, I assume. Subdivision regulations, tree map, environmental analysis form, dead-end streets, sidewalks, to allow storm drain piping to be ADS N12 CPP, and to allow street tree spacing at 1 tree per 55 feet of road frontage. And then to allow roadways constructed per type of street minor A, but to allow design speed to be 25 miles per hour, a 40-foot right-of-way width, and minimum centerline radii of 50 feet. And then the Cape Cod Commission Act, Chapter A, enabling regulation, regional policy plan, and technical bulletins for review of proposals containing 30 or more residential units. For purposes, Chapter 40B, the Cape Cod Commission expressly designated a local board, which is us. So those are the waivers plus the additional we were just given.
Okay, so what were you going to say, Attorney Singer? I'm sorry.
What the chairman just said, that's the list plus the one from 80113 that you need to decide.
The Cape Cod Commission Act, Chapter A, enabling regulations, regional policy plan, and technical bulletins for review of proposals containing 30 or more residential units. For the purposes of Chapter 40B, the Cape Cod Commission is expressly designated a local board.
Yep.
That's us.
Okay. Yep, gotcha.
So are we in agreement with all those? Is the storm drain piping that is actually still needed? Or when it had to go to town compliance, did that?
Storm pipe being corrugated plastic pipe, CPP?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's still needed,
That's
yeah,
still
because
needed, okay.
that's what the town uses too, but I mean, RCP, it's not even really used anymore.
Okay. All right, so everyone's good with those waivers? Do we want to discuss the additional waiver now? Aaron's one way on the sight line, Minnie are another way. Herb, Deborah, better sight line, less trees, worse sight line, more trees,
Better sightline.
less trees.
I like the sight line, but is there an in between where you could have lower plantings? They'd have to be under 3 feet anyway, so what's the point?
I mean, it's just a waiver or not a waiver here, so.
There's not, it's a reality, not a big difference.
It's really, with this revised location, it's really very minimal difference.
Of trees that are lost.
Yeah, so I mean, if you want to go with the 350, I mean, there might not be any additional clearing, you just don't know exactly where every little tree is, right? But it's, I mean, if you look on the plans that are in there, I've given you both lines, you can see the 350 line, I mean, it's minimal. And the worst case, when you're going out right, so I'm looking towards Finney's, I think the widest additional area between the two was about another 4 feet in width on the sight line.
That's a lot.
So anything within that, but it's
in
just
length? Or
4
width?
feet in width, and just the length along that, along that lot there, that's what you'd be talking about.
And if it makes it easier for the board, you spoke to Mr. Egan, we're happy to withdraw the request for this 80113 and we'll comply.
I mean, it sounds like that's where we're going.
Yeah, I prefer
so
safety.
we're going to cut more trees down?
I mean, I hate to be, make a
It sounds like
decision
it's
that
very
results
few
in
trees
a
that actually-
horrific accident.
Yeah, especially on that road. I mean, that blind spot around the bend is real.
Okay, so it sounds like we're leaning,
So we're just going to go with the
40 to-
initial list.
so just the initial list.
Of required.
They're gonna withdraw
requested. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So which one are we just on?
We're on 6, binding on successors and assigns.
So the provisions of the comprehensive permit decision and conditions shall be binding on the successors and assigns of the applicant, and the obligation shall run with the land. If the applicant sells, transfers, or assigns its interest in the development, the comprehensive permit shall be binding upon the purchaser, transferee, or assignee, and any successor, purchaser, transferees, or assignees. The applicable limited dividend restriction shall apply to the owner of the project regardless of sale, transfer, or assignment of the project. So when does the project now become the project and become individual owners? And this still applies to each individual owner? When there's 36 owners?
So this language is if Mr. Egan sold, the whole development. Once the individual lots are sold to individual owners, the deed restriction and the regulatory agreement, those are all going to be on the chain of title for the lot, so they're going to continue to apply, under their terms.
Okay.
Well, what about things like ensuring the vegetation doesn't obstruct that line of sight to 350? Whose responsibility would that become? Are we going to have an HOA?
No HOA.
There's no HOA. That would be it'd be the town's responsibility because it'd be in the town right away. It'd be part of the road.
It'd be, okay.
Great marsh. It's great marsh. By the way, they don't do it on any other road, so I don't know why they would do that.
I was going to say that, but
All right, so now we move on to affordability. A minimum of 25% of the 35 new units shall be low or moderate income units, meaning that they shall be sold to households earning not more than 80% of the area median income as determined by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. These units are herein collectively known as the affordable units. The applicant is seeking funding for the project through the Massachusetts Commonwealth Builder Program. In accordance with the Commonwealth Builder Program, the affordable unit shall be restricted at 80% AMI for a period of 30 years. So I guess the Commonwealth Builder's been a hope or a plan. It's not a guaranteed thing. So if this does not happen, we're getting these in perpetuity.
If this doesn't happen, I have to come back with the 56 plan.
Okay.
That's what's going to happen.
But it would be in okay. But it would be in perpetuity. I mean, you essentially could
then
still
when I
sell
come
this
back-
permit to someone else that could then do it. But if they're not doing the Commonwealth Builder Program, I want those restrictions in perpetuity.
It's not economical without Commonwealth Builder, whether I own it or someone else owns it.
Well, we can't predict the future. I mean, you never know. I mean, someone could just do it. But I mean,
It was part of the deal.
Yeah, you are, what you're saying is correct. So this language is what's acceptable to Commonwealth Builder to try to
yeah,
ensure.
we're making an exception for
Correct.
Commonwealth Builder.
If, as following this train of thought, if Commonwealth Builder rejects the application, what Mr. Egan just said is he or somebody else will be coming back for the original project because that would be what you need to do to make it affordable. To your point, Mr. Chairman, then the
Deed
25% of the 80% AMI would be in perpetuity.
Yep.
Yes.
The deed restriction.
Because they'd have to come back for an amendment. It would be a major modification to the comprehensive permit, and that's when that would all kick in.
Which, as we're on affordability here, I think I brought it up last time, but I did not see a waiver from our inclusionary ordinance. So are we also getting 10% of the units at 65% AMI? Because why wouldn't the local ordinance apply? There was no waiver passed for it.
That one apply?
We're developing 36, more than 9 units. Or 10.
If so, we might have forgotten that one and we need to add it, but.
I would say you should probably.
All right, then we should add that that was an oversight on my part. I apologize.
So what is that language again? Sorry.
Well, our inclusionary ordinance on a project of this scale would require 10% affordable at 65% AMI. The 40B requires 25% at 80% AMI. So we're getting no units at 65, even though our town ordinance requires it. So I think they would need a waiver. I think that would be a waiver on the waiver list.
I
So
would
it wouldn't
agree.
apply to this project.
I would agree.
So it wouldn't apply.
But it just
With a
wasn't
waiver.
listed in our waiver asks.
So we're amending the Exhibit A to add.
And we're allowing them to not have 10% of those be at 65.
Because they're doing 25%.
Correct. But with the Commonwealth Builder Program, the idea is that 100% are going to be affordable at a higher 100% or one of the higher rates. So there's still much more affordability, but it's at a different income level.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so 2, the applicant shall be responsible for
So
maintaining.
wait.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry. It's still, so we're amending the list of requested waivers to add this.
From the local inclusionary ordinance.
Yes, please.
Jim, just out of curiosity, how many of these units are going to be put towards the
25%, didn't do the math. Did you guys do the math? 25% of
Six?
36. So 9, yeah, 9.
9, yeah.
So
9 units are going to
on the
that.
numerator,
On the
36
subsidized
on the denominator. And- Yep.
But it's better than 10%.
I get it. I'm with you.
10%, as someone
I
said,
know.
we're just moving.
Yep.
And the goal is that while 9 units will count towards this subsidized housing inventory, the goal is that all of them will be income restricted, so there would be no market rate units, to comments that you heard before. This would be a development with no totally market rate units. All of them would be deed restricted to some extent.
And that's a Commonwealth Builder?
That is the Commonwealth Builder Program, correct.
They will subsidize it.
Gotcha.
It'll be sold for sale.
And just real out of curiosity, I mean, can Mr. Egan retain 3 of them? Would you, again, can they be rented? If I bought one, could I rent one?
I don't know. I don't know what Commonwealth Builder puts it on that. I don't know. You wouldn't qualify to buy one. Yeah, very few people who. Yeah.
No, I don't mean to make a joke. I'm not trying to make a joke. I'm just curious about what the restrictions are. I mean, could some
We had that conversation with Jan.
Yeah, so the deed restriction itself will specify that, and no, for the affordable units, you would not be able to then subsequently rent them out. You have to qualify, you have to achieve a lottery, there's a monitoring agent involved in it. So all the affordable deed restricted units, you would not be able to do that. The market rate or potentially Commonwealth Builder, it's a separate subject, but they might be able, the Commonwealth Builder may be able, but I don't believe so because you still have to meet the income qualifications, though a much higher income qualification. But market rate, if there are any, you would be able to rent out just like any
And when do we get the opportunity to talk about the percentage of these units being conditioned for people, Cape Cod residents? That came up in public comment, I think, a few times as a way to condition.
There is a local preference condition in here, which
There
is
is.
allowed at the time of initial sale. We'll get to it.
Okay, we haven't gotten there.
But
Okay.
it is in there.
Good.
All right, so Manny, are you good there? We're just adding, that waiver will get added on local ordinance. The applicant shall be responsible for maintaining sufficient records to comply with EOHLC and subsidizing agency guidelines for distribution of the affordable units in the project and occupancy of the affordable units by income eligible households. Evidence of affordable units shall be provided at the time of occupancy permit request. The applicant shall enter an affordable housing deed restriction and regulatory agreement in form and substance required by the subsidizing agency that contains terms and restrictions sufficient to satisfy the requirements of EOLHC for the affordable units to qualify for inclusion on the SHI. The applicant shall be responsible for cooperating with the town as needed to prepare and execute any document that EOLHC requires the town to submit to have the units included on the town subsidizing housing inventory. The applicant shall obtain approval.
Jake, if I may, before we go any further.
Yeah.
If we add that inclusionary, the waiver to the inclusionary provisions under our zoning, and Commonwealth Builder falls through, is that an unintended consequence? Do we mean, in other words, then would they be able to?
I mean, Jim, traditionally a 40B has historically waived our local ordinance, correct?
So I'd have to go back to the old 40Bs. Obviously, we haven't done this in quite a while, but the more recent one that you did a few years back, yes, it didn't comply with our inclusionary housing. It complied with Chapter 40B. So 25% affordable housing.
At 80.
Yeah, at 80, which is a different standard, but that's the standard of Mass General Law 40B. So the very last one that we did was in that regard.
It's getting late. I'm just wondering if we allow that waiver.
Can we condition it to say that it has, that if Commonwealth Builder is
With,
applied,
yeah.
and if not, then that condition then gets reversed?
But I think what Jim's saying
No.
is 40B would pick it up.
Yeah, and I think that this would come back to what we said before. If Commonwealth Builder denies it for any reason and we're back here for a major modification, you would just not grant that waiver. Because a major modification would be a new hearing. It'd be a different 40B project, so we'd be discussing something different with you. So it's the same as what we discussed before. It would be a different project.
God help us. Okay, sorry, I'm sorry.
Please don't come back.
The applicant shall obtain approval by the subsidizing housing agency of an affirmative fair housing marketing plan prior to the sale of any affordable units and shall ensure that the project complies with the subsidizing agency's fair housing requirements. For the initial rent up of the project, the maximum number of
So
affordable.
stop right there. Rent up phase?
Yeah.
That's,
It should be for the initial sale.
Okay.
Okay.
I saw that too,
Yeah.
but I thought I'd let you.
Well, shut up now.
No, don't.
so for the initial sale of, it's not the project either, it's of the,
Sale up.
sale up? The initial sale of the units?
Sale up.
I think it is.
Real estate term?
Sale up?
Would be, I think it would be project here, because then the next thing says the maximum number of affordable units. So, because the project is defined in here as everything, all 36.
I mean, I would say the initial sale of the units. Right, because the units are going to be sold individually, the project's not
Right.
being sold,
Yeah.
True. Yes.
Yep.
right? Or the.
You could just simply strike 4 to project, and just start with the maximum number, and move along from
Yeah,
there.
that's fine. The maximum number of affordable units allowed by law in the applicable subsidy program, but not more than 70% of the affordable units shall be reserved for households that qualify under local preference definition approved by the subsidizing agency. A lottery shall be established in a form approved by the subsidizing agency to effectuate this local preference. Thank you, Manny.
Getting late.
With an approved secondary lottery for all other applicants. The applicant shall assist the town in the submittal of any evidence required by the subsidizing agency to support the local preference requirement. The board acknowledges that it will be required to provide evidence satisfactory to the subsidizing agency of the need for the foregoing local preference and to obtain approval for the categories of persons qualifying for the same, and in no event shall the applicant be in violation of the terms of this comprehensive permit to the extent the subsidizing agency disapproves the local preference requirement of any aspect thereof. The applicant shall provide reasonable and timely assistance to the town in providing this evidence. If the board or its designee does not provide such information within 60 days of written request by the applicant, the lottery agent, the subsidizing agency, then the condition shall be void unless the applicant has failed to provide reasonably and timely assistance as described above.
We're putting this in because the Mass Builder program has no lottery requirement.
Well, the 25% won't be part of Commonwealth Builder. They will be part of a 40B, affordable, and they will go through a lottery, the 25%.
Okay.
The Commonwealth Builder will be a different requirement.
Commonwealth Builder is all of them, and there'll be a lottery.
Okay.
For all of them.
Okay.
And
But
so-
that, only the 25% will be approved by the subsidizing agency and by EOLHC.
I think only the 25% would be for the local preference.
Okay.
I'm not sure all the rules of Commonwealth Builder, but that the minimum is the 80% units.
Like, the 25 have to go on the SHI, basically, and so they have to follow all the SHI guidelines. The 75% of them don't. They have to follow Commonwealth Builder guidelines.
No, I understand that. I was just wondering about the lottery. Do we have to put it in, or does the Builders program actually have a lottery?
He'll hire a lottery agent to
Okay.
perform a lottery.
Okay.
So can we parse this language a bit? So where's the board, being us, is assuming the responsibility to provide evidence to the subsidizing agency of the need for the foregoing local preference and to obtain approval. So we, Jim?
That's me. Yes, I provide a letter to the state each and every time we seek local preference. So that would be myself through the board.
And if we don't do this within 60 days, this condition goes away. So the clock starts ticking. 60 days from when? If you look at it, it says if the
When
board
they
or its
request that they want to fill them, I think.
if the board or its designee does not provide such information within 60 days of a written request by the applicant, the subsidizing agency, then this condition will be void. So when does that clock start?
Is there a 30-day appeal period for a decision like this?
But they'll make the written request when their unit's ready for occupancy, I assume.
It's late. Okay, so the applicant starts the clock by requesting that Jim and team submit this information
To EOLHC.
to Commonwealth Builder or UOH?
UHLC.
Okay. It just seems like, all right, if we,
I mean, unless the applicant disagrees, I'm perfectly fine with striking from the applicant shall provide reasonable and timely assistance on down, because you're mandating the local preference. As part of that process, EOHLC is going to ask for evidence. The applicant's not going to have that evidence. They're going to turn to us and say, can you help us provide that evidence? We will provide that evidence because the board has requested it.
yeah, I like that.
So removing just basically that bottom section, so the applicant shall provide blah, 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 all the way down to described above.
It seems like,
Shall assist the town, or the applicant shall provide reasonable and timely assistance just from there on down?
Yep, that's correct.
So you'll be ending that at thereof?
Any aspect thereof, that's correct.
You can't slow down a sale. The problem is-
An ambiguity.
Cut and paste from stuff you guys already approved.
This is from prior 40Bs in Barnstable, but, I mean, my concern is that, so, does the board acknowledge that it will require? I think the state is gonna require the last sentence, because otherwise, you could just never respond.
Sure, I could willfully not do my job, I guess, but, I mean, sure.
Or whomever, not you specifically, anybody, you know?
So, whatever, however the board wishes to proceed.
You have to have the last.
I guess really Mandy's question really comes down to when does the clock start ticking?
When they make the request, which is probably when they're finishing their development and they say, hey, we want to fill these
Okay,
units,
so,
they run
yeah.
a lottery and they
What's-
say, hey, we
what's
need to.
the- What's the issue with it?
yeah, but
This is for the applicant of the purchase of a building, not the applicant of the comprehensive permit.
no, this is Mr. Egan.
Yeah, so as they're
Oh, okay.
applying for the deed restriction and moving forward with the local action unit, this will be the process they submit to UHLC. We submit a local preference letter so we can make sure that Barnstable residents are kind of first in
So
line.
this whole preference scheme depends on them making a request. That seems backwards.
It, perhaps, although, I mean, it's when they submit that application, they're going to submit that application to myself, and at that time, they're going to ask for that local preference letter to be attached to that. That's how we always do it.
And if they don't?
And if they don't ask for it, we will likely, well, because it says here, it's a condition, we will be saying that it's required, and so we will add it to it. I mean, it's in our benefit to have the local preference, and we're basically saying that we're mandating they have that.
I get that. It's in our interest. We want local preference for Cape Cod residents, but the whole thing only gets triggered if they request it.
I mean, that's how it's written here, exactly right. That's why I was offering to remove it, but, I mean,
how else, yeah.
Maybe I'm missing something. It's like, maybe it's obvious.
Yeah, well, you're describing the process, right? And again, it's getting late on this side, too.
Is this the only reference to local preference?
I think so.
yeah, so when you're trying to get that deed restriction in place, you're gonna file that application to UHLC. They're gonna then, they're gonna say, town has to review the regulatory agreement. And with that, that stipulation saying local preference, so we're gonna attach that.
And you got 60 days to attach it.
You got as it's written, we got 60 days to attach it. We have the letter, like it's, I will certainly achieve this within 60 days, if not 6 hours.
I mean, Benny, the first sentence is saying that they have to participate in local preference. So it's a condition, and then it's just explaining how they're gonna
Where does it say that?
do it. The maximum number of affordable units allowed by law and the applicable subsidy program, but not more than 70% of the affordable units shall be reserved for households that qualify under a local preference definition.
Approved by the subsidizing agent. I'm just trying to see where we enter this process, we, the town, enter this process. So there's a local preference definition approved by the agency, subsidizing agency. Lottery shall be established in a form approved by the subsidizing agency to effectuate this preference. The applicant should, hang on, it's cooperative, I get it.
The local preference is in there as a requirement, I think.
Okay.
I think is what it comes down to.
All right, so we're leaving that last few sentences, okay.
I think so.
All right.
All right, so C, prior to commencement of construction, the applicant and the general contractor shall attend a pre-construction conference with the Director of Planning and Development and the town staff and consultants as may be determined to be necessary. I guess that's fine. The Director of Planning and Development shall inspect and approve the limit of work. The limit of work includes the limit of grading and general excavation. All construction, staging, and stockpiling of equipment and materials shall be placed inside the limit of work. Is that really your job, Jim, or is that Brian's?
I know, right? Yes, that is something that typically isn't done, but I've always done it historically for larger subdivision projects. You delineate that limit of work so that anybody who's developed out a project, they hire someone to clear cut a property. If you don't delineate that limit of work, they're going to go corner to corner of a property. So I've always historically asked for this to be included so that we can specifically delineate exactly what they are talking about for clearing. Essentially would be something like snow fence being put out there, so not corner to corner, but in their area. I would work with the general contractor, walk around the site, confirm it, and then they can proceed.
Okay.
So does this cover the concern
What?
we heard?
Sorry, I'll get to D and then you can take over. The applicant shall submit a definitive subdivision plan to the board for endorsement. The definitive plan shall substantially conform to the approved plans, and the applicant shall obtain the Director of Planning Development's approval of sediment and erosion controls. Wow, Jim, you really wear a lot of hats.
This is like the Jim Cup for Full Employment Act.
For that one, I certainly will be bringing the town engineer with me, but yes, it's an important, this is all very important to kind of set the stage for the construction.
So Jim, embedded in all these approvals of a limit of work, does this address the concern from the neighbors that no construction vehicles are parked on Juniper?
We're getting to that.
Yeah, you're getting to that, don't worry.
Okay. Okay.
All right, Deborah, you want to take over at D?
Sure. Prior to the issuance of the building permit, the applicant shall, one, record this. D, prior to the issuance of the building permit, the applicant shall, one, record this comprehensive permit decision and the subdivision plan endorsed by the board with the Barnstable County Registry of Deeds and provide proof of such recording to the board and building commissioner. Two, submit to the board and the Director of Planning and Community Development evidence of final approval from the subsidizing agency as required by the project eligibility letter and the Chapter 40B regulations.
Do you mind just striking community in that? Just
Planning and Development,
Yes.
Director of Planning and Development.
Thank you.
You might be raising there.
Three, submit to the board a copy of the regulatory agreement and monitoring service agreement for the project. Execution and recording of such regulatory agreement with EOHLC shall be complete prior to the issuance of any building permit. It is understood and agreed that monitoring provisions may be included with the regulatory agreement in lieu of a separate monitoring services agreement. 4, provide the town engineer a final stormwater pollution and prevention plan to address specific sedimentation, erosion, and dust control, which illustrates at a minimum locations of measures and provide detailed construction sequencing. 5, all building permits excluding the existing dwelling at 40 Richardson Road, which will remain a market rate lot, shall be issued as followed. Bullet point 1. One of every 4 building permits issued shall be for an 80% AMI affordable unit. Second point. Additionally, 1 of every 4 certificates of occupancy issued shall be for a 80% AMI affordable unit. And last bullet point, the final 80% AMI affordable unit shall be completed and issued a certificate of occupancy before certificates of occupancy are issued for the last 3 non-80% AMI units.
Should that be units plural? The final 80% AMI affordable units?
The last 3.
Oh, is it just one left at that point?
Yeah, because we 4.
Got it. Yep.
E, prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall, 1, prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy, the developer shall furnish guarantees to the Zoning Board of Appeals as provided in the subdivision regulations that except as otherwise expressly provided in MGL Chapter 40, Section 81-U, no unit included in the project shall be occupied until the essential uncompleted infrastructure necessary to serve such unit has been completed in a manner specified by the subdivision regulations of the town of Barnstable and/or the approved plan or a performance bond or other security in lieu of completion has been accepted by the Zoning Board of Appeals. The sum of any such security held shall be acceptable to the Barnstable Department of Public Works and shall bear a direct and reasonable relationship to the expected cost, including the effect of inflation necessary to complete the subject work. The applicant shall be permitted to choose the type of security instrument that is authorized under Section 81U and also include a letter of credit, but the actual form of such instrument is subject to the prior review and approval of the town council. 2,
I have a question for you, as clerk of the board. As clerk of the board, look at 1, 2, 3, and this requirement here, 1. Who on the zoning board is tracking all this stuff, Anna?
We jump.
Yeah, that is our office. We'll be tracking this. This is standard for subdivisions. Whenever they're proceeding with infrastructure and they want to get release of lots.
Well, I understand all the stuff. Looking at the procedure here, it says the board will do it. It doesn't say the planning department. It says the zoning board.
Yeah, understood. I mean, we certainly can state or their designee, but this is your decision. So it's coming through you, but absolutely it could state something.
No, I just like a checklist. If at some point here, we can get, here's the zoning board, it needs these documents by these dates, and then Anna lets us know when they come in or when they're satisfied, that's fine. I'm talking about the procedure, that's all. I don't know how to implement
I prefer
this.
or the zoning board's designee. I mean, well, it just makes sense. I mean, we're not paying attention to this, right? We'll put this thing to bed and we're moving on. I mean, it's just correct. Designee of Jim. Yeah. I just, again, I see the point of it, but like I said, we're going to be out to lunch pretty soon.
Where we go?
No pun intended.
I'm hungry.
So where are we?
All right, so now construction.
Are we gonna add that verbiage?
Well, are you just
Okay.
designee? Just, yeah.
After
designee.
zoning board
Does
of
that work for you,
appeals.
Paul?
Well, how about
Halfway down there.
1, 2, 3, I mean,
This is, yeah, where are
they
you?
all say the board.
Where are you starting, Paul?
Well, number 1 says, record this comprehensive and subdivision plan endorsed by the board of the, And
I don't know what-
provide
We're the
proof-
permit granting authority.
And provide proof of such recording to the board. Number 2, submit to the board
I don't know what number.
evidence of final.
You seem to be on a different.
No, that's, these are the.
This is under D.
To commencement of
All of
construction,
D.
C.
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
Okay.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, submit to the board a copy of the regular,
Why don't we just add a paragraph related to wherever
That's not the right- you're
reference
not
is
on the
made to
right
Board
thing.
of Appeals, it shall also
No,
be
you're on the-
its
this
designated
is the-
staff
yeah,
of the
you're on-
plan
that's
department.
not-
Well,
We could do
I just
that.
read this one here. I stopped here to
Covers
go
it.
back to this.
But it's,
I mean, well, let's not get caught up in the minutia of that.
he's on the, but he's reading from the staff report, which isn't this.
Oh.
Well, does that say the stuff has to come to the board?
It still says the thing on the
Still says
the
the
page
same stuff.
before, under C and D. Or D.
Fine,
Under D.
okay, I mean, I don't care, but I mean.
Yeah, understood.
I mean, we have, it hasn't been an issue in the
We're
past.
gonna
but-
contract this.
Okay.
There are issues that have to come back before the board
There
for a
are.
comprehensive permit.
This is true.
Right.
It can't be all, yep.
All right, so F, construction. The hours of operation for any construction or staging activities on
We
site.
didn't read 2, Jake.
Oh.
I'll read 2, and
Oh,
then you
sorry,
could
go ahead.
jump off with
Yep.
F. 2, the applicant shall complete all approved infrastructure and provide an as-built plan to the Building Commission and Department of Public Works prior to the release of performance bond or other security accepted pursuant to paragraph F.1 above.
It should say E1.
Yep.
Jake.
All right, construction. The hours of operation for any construction or staging activities on site shall be Monday through Saturday from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. No construction activity shall take place outside of the specific permitted hours on Sunday or New Year's Day, Memorial Day, July 4th, Labor Day, Thanksgiving, Christmas, or other legal holiday. Work outside of these hours and days may be considered upon review and approval by the building commissioner prior to any work outside of these hours or days commencing. I mean, construction's very vague. I mean, can someone be working inside the house? Is it just like exterior construction? I don't want to leave the building commissioner in a gray spot. Can they be wiring the houses on Sundays or late at night?
I'd say that's anything is construction, right?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Construction/building. Semantics.
Interior, exterior.
Yeah, I should say.
I don't know.
I mean,
So is it any exterior construction? I don't know.
it seems like it should be a day that there's nothing happening on the property, so
Okay.
interior, exterior.
So any.
Any
construction
work
activity,
whatsoever.
okay. So 2, all construction-related parking shall be conducted on-site. No parking of any vehicle associated with the project shall park on nearby parcels, including those vehicles arriving early. There shall be no staging of vehicles on nearby parcels. All vehicles associated with the project shall enter into the temporary construction entrance and park within the construction fencing at all times. Do we have that? Was there a pre-construction plan we've seen or something? Or why are we referencing a temporary stage, a temporary construction entrance? Is that happening?
So, I'm not gonna add, but there will be a there is a condition for a stormwater prevention plan that will go over the construction plan that would have a temporary construction entrance, but,
So should we leave that there, or is it?
I would recommend
Okay.
leaving it there, but I would also, if the applicant agrees, nearby parcels or ways, just so it doesn't park on private roads down the street or anything like that.
I have a question. What about truck wash and dust control? Should that be in there?
So the next one talks about runoff during construction. I think we might have a dust control, but if not, we certainly
It says
can.
minimize dust.
Number 3 says,
Yeah.
Sorry.
In addition, the applicant shall require truck hauling debris to be covered and wet down as required to minimize dust. But Attorney Singer, you guys are modularly building these. Are they going to be staged on site or they be staged off site? So make sure we cover that. Okay.
I stood up for a different reason. Mr. Egan said no
Okay.
for what you just asked. But I was going to suggest that the addition that Jim mentioned about adding, no staging of vehicles on ways is fine. But where it says no staging of vehicles on nearby parcels, could we add without permission in case there's another parcel and someone gives Mr. Egan permission?
Yeah, I think that's fine, particularly with modular construction. Usually they have to park somewhere for a little bit of time.
Thank you.
Is that agreeable to everyone? So during construction, no runoff shall be directed down the proposed roadway onto Great Marsh Road or Finney's Lane, nor onto abutting properties. The applicant shall maintain any drainage or sediment controls in good working order and maintain the construction site free of dust that would create a hazard or nuisance to adjacent properties. In addition, the applicant shall require trucks hauling debris to be covered and wet down as required to minimize dust. Spillage on roads shall be cleaned up immediately, and overloading trucks which may contribute to spillage on haul roads is prohibited. 4, if construction activities ceases for longer than 30 days, written notice shall be provided by the applicant to the building commissioner at least 48 hours before resuming work. Pursuant to 780 CMR 30 safeguards during construction, applicable statutes, the building commissioner may require that any foundation, trench, structure, equipment, or other hazard be secured as necessary in his opinion, including but not limited to installation of fencing and or filling of trenches. If construction is temporarily suspended during the growing season, all exposed areas shall be stabilized by seeding and or mulching within 14 days of suspension of the construction. If construction is temporarily suspended outside of the growing season, all exposed areas shall be stabilized by mulching and tack within 14 days of suspension of construction. Slopes steeper than 3.1 shall be stabilized by netting and pinning during suspension of construction. Project design, all utilities shall be located underground with the exception of those components normally and customarily located above ground. Any easement necessary for utility services shall be specified on the plan to be endorsed. No residential structure shall be located on or above any easement. All.
Chairman?
Yeah.
What does components normally and customarily located above ground mean?
Water and
Electric
sewer.
meters.
Transformers, right, telephone pedestals, Comcast pedestals.
All your services are overhead, the services are all over
Underground.
underground.
Electric is underground, but you're gonna have pedestals, transformers.
All exterior lighting on the site shall be dark sky compliant and shall not allow spillover of light onto adjoining properties in accordance with approved plans of the town's zoning ordinance. Construction of the ways, inclusive of the roadway, curbing, berms, utilities, street trees, monuments, signs, and stormwater areas shall be in accordance with applicable subdivision rules and regulations, except as they have been waived herein. All roadways shall be designed to efficiently and safely accommodate turning movement for school buses and fire trucks, as well as emergency vehicles. Fire hydrants shall be installed to the requirements of Fire Department. Final layout and development standards are to be reviewed and approved by the Centerville Fire Department and the town's Department of Public Works, consistent with the terms of this decision. All drainage from the impervious surfaces shall be recharged on-site. Runoff shall not be permitted to flood into adjoining lots or streets. The applicant shall be responsible for providing site drainage that meets the town engineer's requirements to retain the difference between the pre- and post-development storm flow. All plans and specifications shall be reviewed and be in compliance with the requirements of the town's designated engineer. The catch basins, detention, infiltration basin, and leaching structures shall be regularly maintained. Fertilizers containing phosphorus shall not be applied or used anywhere on the property. The applicant shall have prepared a subdivision plan in accordance with the planning board subdivision rules and regulations suitable for endorsement by the Board of Appeals and recorded at the registry of, am I going? Yeah, no, I am. The zoning board of appeals shall endorse such plan upon compliance with these terms and conditions. Said plan and this comprehensive permit decision shall be recorded within 60 days of the endorsement. The decision permits the construction, use, and occupancy of not more than 36 three-bedroom single-family dwellings, 35 new dwellings, and the existing market rate home at 40 Richardson Road. So, are we restricting no ADUs here then? By that?
No, I don't believe we are restricting it with this.
I know the developer's not planning on building them, but a later owner could create an ADU, correct?
I don't believe this decision would prohibit that, no. Yeah, it would
they
have to
wouldn't meet the
meet
bulk requirements
the
in
other
any
bulk
way.
requirements that we're reducing down to, but
like they'd have to put it in the basement or something,
Exactly right.
but.
Potentially.
But they could under the state and our local ADU.
Yep.
Okay. Each of the 35 new lots shall have a driveway with a 2-car capacity with 20 feet by 10 feet spaces. The driveway for 40 Richardson Road is remaining. The new single-family dwelling shall be no more than 3 bedrooms each and shall substantially conform to the approved plans. Setbacks for the structures, including future accessory buildings and decks on the 35 new lots shall be shown on the approved plans with the waivers granted herein. The applicant shall exercise best efforts to retain existing deciduous and evergreen trees between the house and street lines, subject to necessary work and passage areas. To the extent possible, the applicant shall use best efforts to retain any trees 4 inches or more in diameter. With respect to individual lots other than the existing developed 40 Richardson Road, the applicant shall comply with the following minimum landscape standards at the time of initial sale of each lot. A minimum of 1 shade tree or 1 flowering tree shall be planted per lot. The tree shall have a minimum caliper of 3 inches, a minimum of 12 mixed evergreen and deciduous shrubs 18 to 36 inch in height shall be planted on each lot. The yard lawn area shall be loamed and seeded or sodded, and all plants and planting beds are to be mulched. Each dwelling shall be connected to public water, public sewer. The applicant shall be responsible for securing all necessary permits for and connecting of all dwellings to the public sewer. All applicable rules, regulations, and design standards shall be followed for the design and connection to the public sewer. The Department of Public Works must review the system to ensure compliance with applicable rules and regulations. Will the town take over responsibility of the sewer lines in the roadway once it's completed?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. The 36 lots shall be addressed and each dwelling's roadway number posted in accordance with the code of the Town of Barnstable, Chapter 51, building numbering. All signage on site shall conform to the Town of Barnstable zoning ordinance. We did have a waiver for signage, right? So, yeah, for
We did, but I would ask the applicant if they are planning on removing that. I thought with now that you're not having the HOA, you no longer were having the signage.
We don't intend to put signage other than a street sign.
Right. Yeah, so they're not intending to put signage, so
we actually don't need that waiver.
I don't believe, but they would have to withdraw that if that's the case.
Well, why don't we leave it in case I change my mind?
They also could
So
leave
then
it
we
in.
just, I think we need to change that last sentence there till all signage on site shall conform to the Town of Barnstable's zoning ordinance except for.
With the exception of the waiver granted.
Yeah.
Jay, I have one question here. It says, to back up, I'm sorry. The zoning board of appeals shall endorse such plan upon compliance with these terms. I think that's number 7, at least on this one. Here, the applicant shall have prepared a subdivision plan in accordance with the planning board subdivision rules and regulations, suitable for endorsement by the Board of Appeals and recording. The zoning board of appeals shall endorse such plan upon compliance with these terms and conditions. What is this?
Yep, so this is, it's a standard subdivision. It seems new because the zoning board doesn't do this, other than for 40Bs. The planning board is typically the endorser. So literally, after they submit the definitive plan that meets this plan that's proposed here, we're gonna bring a Mylar to you, a plan itself, and this board would sign that, endorsing it. They would then bring that to the registry of deeds and get it recorded, and those are the official lot lines. So typically, a planning board does that. They do that routinely. In this instance, because you're sitting in as the planning board, it would be the zoning board that would do it.
Thank you, I'm sorry, I just.
During a regularly
All right, so
scheduled
number
meeting, I
16,
guess.
the applicant will construct a roadway to provide access to the property from Great Marsh Road. The applicant will install emergency access to the property from Finney's Lane. There will be no motor vehicle access from Richardson Road other than the existing private driveway belonging to 40 Richardson Road. Other general conditions, the applicant shall comply with all local regulations of the town and its boards, commissions, and departments unless specifically waived herein or as otherwise addressed in these conditions. Nothing contained in this comprehensive permit shall limit the authority of the building commissioner to enforce the provisions of the state building code. If at any time it appears that the applicant is in violation of an affordable housing restriction or regulatory agreement, then the board shall have the right to pursue such enforcement rights as it may have under the affordable housing restriction and/or applicable law. the town by and through the board, building department, or its designee shall have continuing jurisdiction over the project to ensure compliance with the terms and conditions of this decision. The comprehensive permit shall lapse if the appellant has not commenced substantial construction within 5 years of the date it becomes final, which is the date this decision is filed with the town clerk if no appeal is filed, or the date the last appeal is decided or otherwise terminated favorably to the appellant in the event of an appeal. The ZBA may authorize an extension of the 5-year period under the applicable state regulations. Construction of the roadway shall be completed within 6 years of this decision taking effect. The applicant shall submit a full audit and certification of total development costs and revenues on a federal income tax basis prepared by a certified public accountant acceptable to the monitoring agent of the town after completion of all construction. The parties agree to cooperate to complete this audit and certification within 90 days after the sale of the last unit. It is intended that the decision and conditions contained herein are in addition to the independent of any requirements otherwise imposed by any other regulatory agency. The requirements contained herein shall have independent legal significance and effect. If any part of this decision is for any reason held invalid or unenforceable, such invalidity or unenforceability shall not affect the validity of any other portion of this decision. The appellant shall copy the board on all correspondence between the applicant and any federal, state, or town official board or commission concerning these conditions set forth in its decision, including but not limited to testing results, official filings, environmental approvals, and other permits issued for the project. The applicant shall copy the board on all correspondence from the applicant to the subsidizing agency or EOLHC concerning the project. If any default, violation, or breach of these conditions by the applicant is not cured within 30 days after notice thereof, or such longer period of time as is reasonably necessary to cure such default, so long as the applicant is diligently and continuously prosecuting such a cure, then the town may take one or more of the following steps. A, by mandamus or other suit action or other proceeding at law or in equity, require the applicant to perform its obligations under these conditions, or take such action at law or in equity as may appear necessary or desirable to enforce these conditions. So those are our findings and conditions.
Mr. Chair, just a reminder to close the public hearing,
Yes.
please.
So I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So now someone can
Make a motion?
make a motion to approve
So moved,
as written and edited, I think. Is that?
as written and edited.
If we could read those once more, just, no, just checking.
We got 5 minutes. I think we can do it.
So Herb made a motion. Do I have a second? Larry's second. All those in favor of approving the comprehensive permit?
Aye.
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 Is that all we need to do? Anna? Am I?
That was approval condition.
And then we'll be signing this at some,
Right, we'll provide the final draft that articulates all the edits that you have recently approved, and we'll bring it back for your signature.
Okay.
very good.
No, we're getting there. Oh, well, what,
Not outta
the
here
final
yet.
vote? I think we just did. Did we? Do you want another record of vote?
There's a, no, I think it's,
Poll the members? No,
yeah, poll the members.
I think it was me.
Yeah.
There's
The
a
Board of
decision.
Appeals voted favorably at its meeting on July 8th, 7th, 8th,
No,
to grant a comprehensive permit subject to the above stated conditions with this decision as attested by the signatures below. I don't, that's what you want me to do?
He's
gonna come back to us, isn't he? Or you want me to read the decision on the?
Yeah, the decision's what you need to read. Yep.
To clean it up, that's, I think that's
Okay.
fine, just reading the decision in consideration.
In consideration of all of the foregoing, including the plans, documents, and testimony given during the public hearings pursuant to Chapter 40B, Section 20 to 23, the board hereby grants the applicant a comprehensive permit for the construction of 36 single-family homes as conditioned and described
above.
Kieran. So, all those in favor of the decision?
Aye.
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 All right, so it is approved unanimously. All right, so now we have one more. Thank you all. Thank you, Attorney Singer. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Egan.
much for all your time. Thank you.
We did have a discussion item, not that we want to have a lot of discussion, but a discussion item of the protocol of the July 22nd meeting.
Which you're all invited, by the way.
Jim, do you want to give a quick rundown? I mean, do we need to like sort of publish a quick like guidelines?
Yeah, so we certainly can. So just so as a reminder, at the last meeting, we talked a little bit about what could be proper protocols for the next meeting, which obviously is going to be in a different venue, a fairly large venue, and likely a lot of people there. Tonight, certainly, we're not talking about any context of the meeting itself. We're just talking about how we wish to administer that meeting. And so we can certainly provide kind of some guidance, one pager for the handout if you wish. And I think we would probably offer a little script for you, Mr. Chairman, to read in the beginning of the meeting, just to kind of issue the rules of the road for the meeting that night. At the meeting, so we do have the big auditorium now. We did hire AV, audiovisual, so they'll be able to properly film. You will be on the big stage. We'll have microphones at either aisle, and we'll have plenty of staff helping to coordinate all of that. Certainly the rules of the road, I would imagine, if we want to have sign-in sheets, we certainly can do that in the beginning. We can ask if you want to have staff there. If anybody wants to make a comment, a public comment, that they could fill their name out in advance, we could certainly do that. And then obviously, if you wish to continue with the 3 minutes as you have been doing, we would state that in advance and reiterate that, obviously. Our legal department will be there to provide, the guidance as to what the board is discussing and likely remind the public as to what the issue is at hand. Aside from that, I mean, we'll have a significant amount of staff there helping guide people. We're going to be putting up signs throughout. That goes from essentially the night auditorium all the way to the PAC and help for parking, and we'll have our full team there. Aside from sign-in sheets and issuing kind of the rules of the road for the day, and the chairman kind of stating it up front, is there any other comments, concerns you want us to have prepared for that night?
Do we have a clock now that like people can see? I know that was like discussed at town council.
Don't believe we
Like,
do,
like,
but I'll go to
counts
Ocean
up,
State
like,
and
to
grab
just
one.
like show, like, I don't know, just so it's like, very transparent that like your time is running and you have 3 minutes and I don't know.
I'll get one.
I don't know if that's more helpful. I don't like being the time clock. For, like,
Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean,
And so if you have something like that, at least it's like, I'm sorry, your time is up and everyone can see that they got their 3 minutes.
I think it's important that we do that.
Yeah.
Do we have a switch to accelerate?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important. I think ultimately, I had emailed Jim initially with some concerns, or just from the previous meeting here that we saw, that, were they applicable? Are they going to be continued or applicable at a different venue? And I think the one page, or some sort of, written something for that the chairman can introduce at the beginning of the meeting to kind of give some guidelines that public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. Your time will be evident to you. And we can, again, we don't have
we need to do what Craig, has done with council is like the public comment needs to be addressed at the issue and the item, not at any of us.
I get it.
And not at the applicant or the,
It's just going to be a raucous crowd. I think we know that already. So we're going to have people in the audience that are going to be.
Will there be police there?
Will
Yes, police
will
and
Channel 5
fire.
be there?
Oh, that will be sure.
Anyway, okay, yeah, I think that to me makes the most sense. If the chairman addresses the audience or the group prior to the meeting, sort of getting, or after you introduce the case, the hearing, that we have certain guidelines that we're going to follow. And, we might get pushback on those that, haven't really used them in the past. That's going to be relatively new with a time clock and so forth. But I think it will be helpful, in my opinion, that we can then certainly have the ability to say to somebody, you're past your 3 minutes. And
Yeah, we need to fit this into the 4 hours from 7 to 11, I would assume. Do we want to start? We don't want to start early or anything.
We've already noticed it, or we've already continued the matter to 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this will be the only agenda item, of course.
There is actually a secondary item that we were not able, legally, we have to get it on this agenda.
No, how about a bathroom break or something? Or are we just gonna, we're gonna plow?
We bought a whole bunch of bottles. No, just, yes, you're absolutely.
Yeah,
Just
maybe
plow
we say
through
that we
this
just stop
sucker?
at 9 o'clock, we're gonna take a pause. I don't know.
I'll break at 9.
We're gonna have chicken wire like at a country bar? Yeah.
All right, so everyone's good? If you come up with other things to think of, I wanted on the agenda here today, just in case someone from the public had ideas or comments too, that they could have seen and, send anything, and we didn't receive anything right now.
Well done, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
All right, so then we just had correspondence in the Cape Cod Commission, Committee on Planning and Regulations meeting, and the Cape Cod. Oh, yeah.
So, look at me, you guys were at the health department and let me, I got talked to.
Hold on, wait till you have the microphone for a public record.
Perfect. For the record, Mike Farrell, Katuitt. So I went to the health department board, which I've spoke at, and as a public person here, when I spend 5 hours trying to talk to entities who don't call me back, I'm going to go to the first town meeting for public comment, and I will talk completely off base at the beginning of whatever my issue is. Okay, so it's public comment.
Well, they like that at the town council meetings,
Well,
especially.
Again, after spending 5 hours, I still haven't got a call back from different departments, and I got emails out to the state for different venues. And luckily, they found the guy who runs the parking, and we spoke, and that's why I didn't speak off topic at the health department meeting that I sat through. Thank you.
Your 3 minutes is up.
All right, and then we got one more Cape Cod Commission executive meeting agenda, Thursday, July 9th. Upcoming hearings, July 22nd at the PAC, August 12th in person, and August 26th, we're scheduled to be online at this point unless there's a reason to go. So I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.